Family reunion, at least for me tonight. All right. Today is Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. And before our workshop meeting, we have brought back what Washington City has historically done to receive public comment, public feedback in what is called a public forum. So that actually kind of went away during COVID. And as we dug into how has Washington City historically received open and public comment, it was determined that we've historically done that by public forum. So we will hold public forums quarterly at the first meeting of the quarter. So we meet for our meetings on a schedule of the second and fourth Wednesdays. So the second Wednesday on the first month of the quarter at 4 o'clock is our public forum, and those will last for 30 minutes. And then as soon as the public forum is done, if it ends early or after 30 minutes, then we'll move into our workshop session. So council, at this time, I will turn to you for a motion to approve. Well, let's see here. I think we still ought to open the public forum. Council, I'll turn to you to approve the agenda and open this public forum.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public forum is open. So again, let me just kind of read this and then I'll let you, before I read it, let me tell you the process to provide public comment. You see Hannah back by the door there. She is from the recorder's office. She has a laptop, and if any of you would like to speak to the council tonight, we'll have, I'll give you some kind of a little bit of the parameters there, but if you sign up within the first 10 minutes of the public forum, then you're able to come and address the council. That will come through onto my iPad, and I'll give opportunities to speak. But just let me read, just for the record, kind of the parameters. So this public forum is an opportunity for the council to listen to and consider public comments and feedback. After I open the public forum, I will call up to the podium Washington City residents who have signed up to speak, and you can do that until 4:10. Please remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and council as such. Kindly make sure your comments are relevant, concise, civil. Most well-spoken comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes. Clapping or yelling after public comment is not appropriate in a public meeting. And then council, I would just look to you to listen and take notes during the public forum, and I will give you an opportunity to speak after the public forum. So at this time, I'm just going to kind of refresh my screen and see who has signed up for that. Okay, so it looks like we have the Washington City Arts Council who has signed up to bring some public comment. I see Deb Bison, Melanie Olson. Come forward, you two, and we'll start this public forum off the right way.
Mayor and council, as Washington City Arts Council, it was important that we come tonight. And what we want to do is thank each and every one of you for your support, your love of the arts, your growing love of the arts, and everything you have done to help us. I also represent all the artists, Melanie and I both do, represent all the artists in Washington, and I will tell you that they are so happy to have a mayor and a council who appreciates what they do and what their goals are to help the community. For the last 3 years, Councilman Ivy has been our liaison back to the mayor and back to this council. So we understand that we'll be changing, and we look so forward to having you involved. But Kurt, we're going to miss you terribly. You have been with us from the beginning, from the first time you and I met in your office. And you have been absolutely wonderful. We are so grateful to you. The artists of Washington are very familiar with what you have done, as well as all the council. And we just can't thank you enough. So the artists have gotten together and we have a little something for you. So you have to come down here. It is great. It was handmade. And I guess you know who the artist is. This is kind of a run that you can't buy gift.
We just didn't want you to forget us.
Yes, can't forget us now. You know, pop into your office every once in a while and see that picture.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Turning on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, Melanie.
Mayor, I have to say I've been watching my art videos every night so I can defend my title next year. So I'm on it for next year.
I'll have to say I am not watching my videos and I expect to be where I was last year. Yeah. Me too.
Do we know the rules? Because I saw you hanging around there and I don't know how many names you put in for your own drawing. So I don't know if it's actually fair.
If anyone else would like to participate in the public forum with open and public comment, Hannah is back there for another few minutes and can take your name and the topic. If not, we'll transition to our workshop meeting here within just a minute or two. Carmen, it looks like you may be signing up. Okay, come on forward. So it's 4:10, so you'll be our last public comment.
It won't go like the last time I was here. But
Are
that's
you-
going good.
Is
But
the
what I'm
therapy
talking-
helping?
Huh?
Is the therapy helping? I know.
Oh, I haven't had therapy.
I'm just teasing.
I was hoping it was helping other people. Anyway, what I want to tell y'all is that you all, yes, I'm from Southern Utah. Anyway, is that we're having a lecture series in conjunction with the Smithsonian exhibit that's coming to Silver Reef, and it's going to be there through, let's see, March and April. and we're going to be speaking. We've got a panel, and it's going to be myself, George Staley, Mike Harless, Ed Tracy, and also our mayor. And we're going to be talking about the history of Washington and the future, where direction it's going in. It's going to be fun. We're going to have, the band's going to be there playing when you come. It's going to be really, really neat. There's going to be literally about 15 lectures every Thursday and until during all the Smithsonian exhibits up. And I think that's something that everybody needs to go see. It's going to be wonderful. But we'd really love your support to be there for the lecture, so you can say yay or nay.
I love that, Carmen. And I show it on my calendar for February 22nd at 6
Cotton Town.
o'clock in Cotton Town.
Cotton Town, born. And because
Wonderful.
most of them are being held at the college,
Okay.
but we felt like we wanted to bring them to our city. I
Okay.
think it's important. Okay.
Thank you so much.
22nd? 22nd?
22nd, 6 o'clock. Everybody's in bed by 7, so.
Tara, will you add that to the council calendar as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. That is all of the public comment for this evening. Council, I'll call for a motion to close the public forum.
So moved.
A motion by Councilman Henderson,
I'll second that, Mayor.
second by Councilman Ivy. All of those in favor to close the public forum indicate.
Aye.
And the meeting is closed. Now we'll move directly into our workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. We are in the Washington City Council chambers for our workshop meeting. Council, you have the agenda before you. I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So move, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Ellison. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. The first item of business is an update of the old gym and the renovation of said gym. And so as you know, this has been something that the council identified about a year ago as an underutilized city asset that could really bring value. And as we began exploring the use and the potential for continuing to elevate our downtown, be conservative and kind of get value from that existing structure, we recognized that there was a resolution that was passed about 4 years ago, earmarking 35% of RAP funding to go towards a cultural arts facility. And as we have put pen to paper, and and you'll hear from the architect and the builder this evening, it might work out just perfectly for that 35% to preserve the history of that building and integrate modern functionality and expanded and broadened use. So, but you don't want to hear from me. Who you want to hear from is Jason Bright and Eric. Remind me your last name. Dunn. Eric Dunn, the architect and general contractor, respectively. If you come forward, you have a presentation for the council and for those who are in attendance tonight. Mr. Bright and Mr. Dunn.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Jason Bright. I'm with Method Studio. We're an architecture firm. We have an office here in St. George, although we're basically located up in Salt Lake. And so we have been working with the mayor and city manager Red and Councilman Henderson over here the last couple of months to basically kind of go through the old gym. Here on this particular drawing, as you're looking at, it's called Heritage Hall. It's got a few names, but as we mentioned, we're now referring to it as the old gym. And basically a combination of reasons, trying to evaluate the building itself, trying to understand the value from its history and how it can be kind of repurposed and kind of given a new life. Not all buildings necessarily warrant kind of renovations. When they reach the end of the life expectancies, usually a lot of the structure and those kinds of things are usually kind of used up and they're torn down, or they don't have a lot of significance. This building, of course, is one that of course has a lot of significance to Washington City and to the people who live here historically, as it used to be, of course, the gymnasium to the school. And on top of that, it actually does have some really good bones to work with. It has these big sandstone walls and these kind of big trusses that right now are kind of hidden through there as well. And so we've kind of looked at this building, trying to evaluate all the kind of aspects of it, mechanical, electrical, structural aspects, the more technical ones, as well as programmatic ones in terms of how can be used. So today's presentation is going to walk through mostly kind of how the space can be used in this kind of presentation, kind of work through there. So the first rendering you're going to see through here is a combination. You understand the scope of work. The two-story portion of the museum is, for the most part, not included in what we're proposing here today. It's just the gymnasium portion, the one story that is at the back. It's around 100 years old, from what I understand. And like I said, right now it has been historically used as a gymnasium. The inside has a bit of a stage to it. And then on the west side, kind of facing the street, has been a large basketball court. I'm sure you guys know. It's actually a really great location too, because it is located kind of in kind of your central core as well, in terms of where a lot of your other amenities are. So finding some new life to this kind of old gymnasium really made a lot of sense, and so we've kind of dived into it. And so I'm going to walk you through some 3D renderings and some floor plans on how we're looking at potentially using this space here as well. So first rendering you see out there is the exterior. So I think we're going to talk this mostly as being an event center, something that is kind of multifunctional function in terms of how we can be used. So everything from presentations, it can be used for meetings, it can be used for banquets, it can be used for weddings, it could be used for performances, band performances as well. So there's a lot of functionality that we're trying to get into here to make sure that it becomes a true kind of multi-use kind of 21st century space, but still kind of maintains this historical integrity of an early 20th century building as well. So the first one you see here, this is the rendering, of course, from the west side, kind of looking back. And there's a combination of things. Sure.
Are you okay with a few clarifying questions from council during, or would you prefer after?
Absolutely.
Councilman Belson.
Yeah, so this is new to me, right? So first meeting, I'm just curious, you guys went through a selection process. Because this is a design build, it's a little different process. I'm just kind of curious how it kind of came about and came together. And
Yeah, design build is a little bit different process where we work with the builder and the architect, but yeah, we went through a selection process to determine the builder, and then we've gone through a selection process with a couple of different architectural firms and chose Method Studios.
how many people put in?
We had 2 architectural firms put in.
Okay. And then you guys partnered up together to do it?
Yes.
Yeah, so in the design build process, it's a little bit different than a traditional, and I'm sure you understand this, but to clarify for everybody else, instead of spending all the time putting together bulletproof plans, especially on a project like this where we just don't know what we're going to find until we get into the project, the design build made the most sense because we can have the architect and the builder work together with the city to try to work within our budget. Also, it's a little easier to deal with unknown concerns that come up during the project. So
Yeah, good questions. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we could go to the next slide, it's the do I have to clicker? All right.
this is the first test, Jason.
There you go.
So,
Complicated. So obviously we're familiar with this site. Actually, I'll just jump to the next one. It's an enlargement of that. So like I said, the scope of the work is everything north of the 2-story kind of portion of the museum that's in there right now. So you're going to see the new plaza design is kind of off to the left there of the screen. This is a space that's going to be kind of fenced off and be kind of designed for outdoor gathering spaces. Potentially a trellis on the left side there to kind of use it as a bit of a backdrop for outdoor presentations as well. And then we are actually looking at the new bathrooms that are built, the kind of freestanding building to the top right there. We're actually looking at doing some renovations to that as well. It's a combination of a bit of a cost effectiveness, because as we change the use of this building, we're going to have more people in this building. We need some more bathrooms, and the bathroom building itself needs to be a bit renovated to add a few more fixtures to it as well. So this is an enlargement. I got a few floor plans here, kind of show different ways that it can be used. This is the more kind of traditional way that we can kind of line up chairs and kind of look at the existing stage across there as well. We are looking at kind of relocating the doors on the west side. So there's a really strong connection between the new exterior patio and the interior functionality as well. So they can flow and they can use those spaces in the same functions. We do see the windows and the doors as being kind of replaced during this, as well as a lot of the ceiling, which we'll talk about a lot of the roof and the ceiling structure as well. And then just to the right, the bottom right of the gym space there, right now there's a small area that's used more for mechanical and storage areas. And we're looking at putting a small catering kitchen into that space as well as some tables and chair storage. And the reason for the kitchen being there is that it can both function to service the gym space, the new Harris Hall, but it can also function on the exterior. There's some barbecues and some outdoor seating area to the right there. So they'd be able to use the outdoor existing facilities as well. There is one kind of addition to the building, a slightly new addition at the top right. You can see those kind of double doors. And I'll show you through the renderings here in a second. So we kind of see this as being a kind of a lobby / ante-space. So kind of a bit of a gathering. This allows people to, again, what I think is in the future going to be probably a relatively strong pedestrian connection is going to be on the north side of this building to connect from the street on the west kind of into the park. And it also helps to connect over into the bathroom renovations as well. And you can see the bathrooms at the top right there. That is a slightly new configuration of the bathrooms, adding 2 more fixtures per male and female. So we're kind of reworking that bathroom as well. Although the building structure remains the same, it's just an interior kind of refit from there. This is another possible layout as well. As we kind of begin to orient this, not just in the north-south orientation, but also in the left-right, the east-west orientation, there's possibilities that people may not always want to use the stage and they can come through the double doors and there can be a presentation done kind of more looking at the side wall rather than always having to look necessarily at the front.
Councilman.
So there's a few different. By building code, we have to build it for, I think it's 380 off the top of my head, occupant load. 380, but that's not practical. That's people packed in there. This particular one, you can see the number there. It's 207 seats. So we've kind of gone through it and see most of the layouts are going to show when it's just chairs is in the 200 range. When it's tables and chairs, you'll see in the next one here as well, is around 120 on the inside. There's also the outdoor patio, which is actually larger, the outdoor courtyard, I should say, and that one's sitting around 160. So 280 if you were to rent, yeah, exactly, the whole facility through there as well, yeah, or use the whole facility. And so yeah, these are just, like I said, different furniture layouts, just testing occupant load kind of through there as well. And then to get an idea of the inside, this looks quite a bit different than what the current inside looks like. Some of this, we hope, we've actually have it up in the attic space. We've checked out the trusses. Those are the existing trusses. And our hope is to maintain those trusses. We're going to be removing the actual decking and the roof on top of that is our current plan. Put in some tongue and groove siding on that, tongue and groove paneling, insulation, and kind of redo the roof across the top. Take off the ceiling underneath, of course, expose all these trusses, and then run the ductwork and the electrical lighting and all those kinds of things, and conduits kind of in that kind of space, kind of exposed structure kind of space up there. Our hope too is to be able to, right now the interior walls of the exterior walls are plastered, and but we believe that those are really big, thick sandstone walls, and we're hoping to be able to sandblast and expose the stone on the inside as well, and kind of give a really kind of historic kind of feel to that as well. So we're hoping, like I said, that we're looking at kind of breathing back in that life and kind of showing off the old historic stone, but then kind of juxtaposing it against some of the new, more contemporary aspects of 21st century construction as well, mechanical systems.
Can I ask a question? We had talked a little bit about trying to save the old gym floor and especially the stage floor. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure can. Yeah, the stage floor, the gym floor, we think we can. We're probably looking at resurfacing it. Right now, it does have the basketball lines kind of painted and faded out in there as well. We believe that that can be salvaged, and I think that's kind of nice. It kind of gives a real kind of great feeling when you're walking in there, kind of through there. And we are looking at preserving the stage for the most part as is as well. The only thing that we'd be doing a little different is to bring it up to current code, ADA code. We would be putting in a lift. We're looking at to the sides of one of the stage to be able to lift wheelchairs up to the stage as well. Through there. But our hope is, and I believe we can reclaim keep it where it is and just refinish the flooring. So. Again, one of the things we're going to work through here in the next few weeks as well is other ways that this can be used. We were just talking here as well, and someone was bringing up the idea of potentially the need for having some rails around the edges to put artwork on and those kinds of things. So different ways that we can begin to find and use this space for the functions as well. So in this particular one view, you can see the potential of a projection screen placed on the side wall and the side orientation of the use of that space as well.
So where are we at in the process? Right now, this is conceptual in nature.
Yes, I'd say we're basically in the design development phase right now. So the engineers have been basically brought on, structural, mechanical, electrical engineers have basically been brought on. They're starting to put their opinions in, and we're almost at the point where we're starting the construction documents here, probably within a few weeks, depending on the feedback we received from yourselves and the other groups we're meeting with. Just because I'm coming late to the game, right? I mean, is there an open comment period to get comment from people or council or is that
Do you want to take that?
I was just going to say, this is the first time I'm seeing it too. So, I mean, there's been some other discussions on an internal group. This is the first time the council's seen any of it. So I would say, yeah.
Good comment. And in fact, in my mayor's message, my written message this month went out to the community. I advertised and invited two separate, well, one's a public hearing and one's a kind of a walkthrough. So, and help me, Jordan, if I get the dates wrong, so I'm going off memory, but January 17th, we've invited the Arts Council, the Historical Society, and a number of civic organizations to do a walkthrough with the architect, with the builder, and with myself and any of the council that want to. So we've got 3 or 4 30-minute sessions for public input from civic organizations. And then on January 29th, if I remember right, from 5 to 7 p.m., we've announced and advertised a public open house. So there was a certain amount of work that needed to happen behind the scenes with staff, with a element of a ad hoc committee. But now that we're in a position, we're starting with the council, going to civic organizations, going to the public as they start to wrap up the final details on the process.
And that is the truth. This is our first look at it, but it's been in conversation for a long time. Been planning for this for a long time, so we've recognized the need for it and the want for it. My question is more related to how it would be able to serve as the fine arts building for the city, like specifically how to display the art inside, those type of things. I'm sure that that's been part of your work as well, and the architecture, to be able to create that really nice art gallery type feel as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of flexibility with the structure, the way we're laying out the ceiling structure through here, to be able to put light fixtures and be able to adjust them as need be to kind of get the lighting where we need. And then obviously we're going to need to discuss through exactly the ideal locations for these. Unfortunately, all of our renderings here are all showing the kind of the 3 sides. The other side actually is a solid wall, and there's a lot of good opportunities on the south wall, at the museum wall, to kind of be able to put some artwork along there, as well as there will be obviously opportunities kind of through here as well. So that's one of the things, like I said, we're going to look through in the next few weeks, is kind of getting into the next kind of fine detail level of design.
Thank you.
And can you go ahead, Councilman? Do you mind actually just so to build on that, when we have these groups that come, the civic organizations, we're going to take that feedback during that night and to determine how best to incorporate that into those final drawings, final use. Go ahead, Councilman.
I was just going to ask, since this isn't these weren't part of our documents for tonight, so can you email me a copy of these in full size? And then
I'll ask the recorder to send out a copy to the entire council for sure.
Then I was just going to say, if make a request that we put it on our website too, if people wanted to pull it up.
Absolutely. Love that idea. Full transparency. Absolutely. Great idea. Yeah, great idea. Go ahead. It's the pause, it's the delay.
Okay.
There we go.
There is one new portion of the building that we're actually adding to. This is the addition that's on the east side, kind of between the existing building and the small kind of bathroom building. This is that kind of new lobby area. This kind of combination of reasons it looks like it does. First of all, we're trying to, like I said, make a bit of juxtaposition between the 21st century. So let's let the old building be the old building, and let's let what we create here in 2024 be the new architecture, and kind of be able to show those off, kind of be a little more authentic in how we're approaching that. And so this new kind of lobby that's on the east side here is one that's kind of basically kind of a metal, aluminum and glass kind of approach through there. It's not the best view necessarily to kind of stare out at the bathroom buildings great size, so we're doing some frosted glass kind of through there as well, some opaque glass kind of through there. But we want to get the light in, the sunlight into that space, which is kind of why we kind of use that through there. And of course, you can see the trellis structure that would allow people to walk from the hall itself to the bathrooms as well, partially covered. So, and this actually works out relatively well. So if you look at the existing building, there's a lot of mechanical equipment on top that's kind of been added over the years, and we really try to mitigate that. So we're gonna be able to put a lot of mechanical equipment on the top of this kind of flat roof area here, and it's gonna help to hide it and make the rest of the building feel a little more like it did 100 years ago when it was built. So. And this is the inside of that same space. So again, trying to expose a lot of the stonework on the inside. Like I said, this is a little lobby, a little ante room. Catering can use this space here as well. One that kind of has a lot of natural light, and then will function in the future. I believe the church building to the north, may also be repurposed in the future as well. And this would actually connect really well to that, as well as kind of towards the park green space to the east. And this is looking back at it from the northeast here towards that entrance as well. We're trying to find ways too, if you can look at those kind of lights that are actually underneath the soffits, we're trying to find ways to really kind of play up the old stonework. And so by pushing the lights in the soffit and keeping the lights kind of closer to the wall, we kind of wash the wall with the lights, and with all the really rough sandstone, it's a really nice look kind of through there as well. So I think this might be my last rendering. Yes, it is.
You guys haven't anticipated schedule when you put that there yet?
Eric.
So we've started looking at getting plans prepared and in for permitting as early as mid to late March. And then again, it's early, so there's a lot of exploratory work we still need to figure out with the mechanical systems, even structurally. But initially, we're thinking about a 6 to 8 month construction period. Yeah.
Oh, come on, don't let Eric off that easy. We got 3 contractors up here, come on.
Yeah.
That's okay. Your pressure comes later, Eric. Any further questions, comments for Jason?
What is the material? What was the material that the new part made of? Because you said it was glass, but what's the
glass
above
and
it?
it's aluminum paneling. So
Not
aluminum paneling. So it is like a bronze colored aluminum paneling. So the window frames are looking to be anodized aluminum, bronze colored. The structure on the inside, the painting of the ductwork and the trusses would be kind of the same kind of dark bronze color. And then,
do you have some? That was one thing that caught my eye that I didn't know if I loved very much. Was that new versus the old? Because like the park building, the restroom building, we built it out of sandstone just recently and tried to match it the best we could a few years ago. But I don't know. Do you have any examples of where you like real life that you've done this kind of that you can present to us? It caught me off guard, and I'm like, it's kind of modern. It doesn't really fit, and
I think the contrast of that probably looked pretty good.
I just don't know. That's why I'm asking. Like, it's hard to tell, right? I mean, this is really good rendering. I'm just saying. Sometimes I just need examples that you've maybe done that before. I don't know if you have any. That
would be nice to put a storyboard together or a color board together.
Yeah, we could definitely put a material board together to kind of show the different materials. And there's lots of examples. I have worked on some. I can't I'd have to dig back through my portfolio to find some of the old ones. But yes, I've definitely worked on lots where we've tried to preserve the buildings and allow the old buildings to kind of maintain and be what they are. I'll admit that when you try and kind of copy old architecture, I feel like you're being a bit disingenuous sometimes. It's this isn't 1924. This isn't. We have a very different technology, very different materials today, and so I often, like I said, maybe that's just the architect in me. I like to like I said, be honest to our 21st century.
Yeah, and you're the professional. It caught my eye, and I'm just trying to get there, right? So it's just one of the things.
No, it's for sure. I mean, it does have a contemporary flair to it, definitely. Yes, it does.
I was just going to say, I like the contrast, especially because it's connected to the old building. And anytime you try to match an old building, it never quite works out. I like the bathroom, the way it kind of, mirrors the architecture, but it's separate. And so for me, the contrast lets the old wonderful building kind of speak for itself, and so that's just kind of where I'm at. So I like the contrast, but I can see what you're saying.
And I would imagine it's going to come into a little clearer focus as we continue the conversation and kind of work through it as well. So I like the contrast as well. I think it's striking.
And actually, it was a good point you put out that when you try to renovate old buildings, often you can't find the same materials, the same colors. Even if you can find the identical bricks, they don't lay out. And so as we go through this, there's a few areas we're going to be widening a few of the doorways. Our hope is to be able to reuse that stone in a few of the other places in the building. So that will help us to kind of preserve that kind of integrity of the original structure, original building. So,
Jason, just really appreciate all of your work and preparation along with Eric, for this. And, we're at a part of the process tonight, and just really appreciate that work. And we hope to be able to continue to move forward and, take this input and take other input and get those final designs and final construction drawings ready to go. Council, any additional comments before we excuse these gentlemen for the night?
I just want to say, Mayor, this is exciting. This is one of the most beautiful buildings, I think, in all of the county, if not all of the state. And at one time, when I was a kid, that place was hopping. We were always down there. There were activities and things like that. And it seems like in the last, I don't know how many years, it's been very underutilized. And in fact, I've been in there a few times the last few years, and it just kind of breaks my heart that you kind of walk in there and it's like a storage area, but it's such a beautiful building with so much potential. And so we've had a couple of needs in the city. One of the needs is we need a place to gather, a place where we can have art on view and a place where people can perform and things like that. We just haven't had a good place like that in Washington. And so this is a chance. The previous council had, with a lot of wisdom, set aside 35% of the RAP tax to put towards something like this. And this kind of kills a few birds with one stone, where we can put that money to good use. We can preserve a beautiful, wonderful building that means so much to everyone in town, and then have a wonderful place for us to gather. So it's kind of exciting, Mayor. So I'm really excited about it. So
thank you, Councilman Henderson. Well said. Any additional comments?
Just that we appreciate the work that's been done on it. Councilman Henderson, you've let out on that. You're representing the council, and it's one of those special places. I want to mirror what Councilman said, that we did recognize we need to keep that historical significance, but we also need it to be a building with modern purpose. So that'll be a challenge, but we look forward to seeing them as they come forward.
Any additional comment on this?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Wonderful. Thank you, Eric. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which we're all thrilled about this. Drew, we've just been holding our breath about the Well, the item is subdivision ordinance update. We love it when the state makes us change our ordinance and restricts a little bit the autonomy of land use within the city, but we're happy to accommodate because we only exist because they say we can exist. So Drew, tell us what Big Brother is asking us to do in regards to our subdivision ordinance.
Can somebody in IS remove the Star Nursery building? There we go. Hopefully the arrow's going. Have you had a chance to pull them up on your, we'll just start scrolling through till we can bring it up for everybody. We had, as you know, big changes by the state legislature that chopped a lot of your legs out from under you as a council. We'll call a spade a spade. I'll say it.
And I'm sorry if I spoke a little too freely.
Oh,
We
no,
appreciate our state representatives and all the hard work that they do.
We do, but this
But
one,
it rolls downhill.
this one took a big chunk. And so we've gone back and implemented. I'll just start, we'll go through. I was hoping we'd really get that. Now I can't even find my cursor. Started in definitions. As you go through, as you scroll, the first one that we came up with, because so much relies on this particular first definition that got changed, a complete application. Because what's going to happen now is there will be what we all refer to as the shot clock. Shot clock starts, you have X amount of time to get something reviewed and into the system, moving it through, and there's a limited time. So I just refer to it as a shot clock. But before that starts, the cities are allowed to say, well, you have to, for that can come into play, the applicant should have a complete application as part of that particular project. So that definition we put in here just so it's broad. A complete application for subdividing land will be considered complete when all associated required documents have been submitted, which includes the preliminary or final plat with all required and supporting documents, the preliminary plat or final plat checklist with all items accounted for, and then of course the applicable fee that needs to be turned in to the community development department. So that's what comprises a complete application.
So the only thing I'm going to add to that, Drew, is that before we're done, I'd like to review what those are, because I just don't want everyone just thinking they can do whatever. Like when I mean everyone, I mean our staff just keep adding stuff and adding stuff and adding stuff for a complete application. I think that those items need to be reviewed by council.
Well, that's fine. And hopefully you took a chance to do that. If you read through the rest of the ordinance, I only put this in here so we had it in the definition. There is a section that we'll get to here soon that actually says what that is. The only one that may be is the associated documents. Now, I'm not sure what they're going to be. That's going to have to come in.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So,
but each project could change on that, though, depending on what the project is. So we'll try to narrow that down.
I just don't want an application held up over a personal opinion in a department when it needs to be what is needed, not wanted. Sometimes we need to just play that line appropriate with our building community and our staff to make sure our staff gets what they need and the building department can make a smooth, easy process, I guess is all I'm stating.
Yeah, so I have no problem with fine tuning that in the next little bit. We can sit down, hopefully Public Works is here. That's going to be a big part of it with whatever you guys, John and Lester and you guys can get together. That's where most of those supporting documents are going to be, whatever they'll need as that. On my side, I won't really have that many other than the plat itself. That's what I need to have. So the next definition that you see is a new one. This is by state statute, the Land Use Authority. And for the purpose of this title, the Planning Commission, as we've been told, is what the council would want, is being charged with being the Land Use Authority.
So Drew, after we talked the other day, I went over and got hold of Senator Ipson, right? And he and I sat down and I said, hey, are you aware they're pulling away our ability to be our land use authority when it comes to plats and whatnot? And he says, well, that doesn't sound right. And I said, that's what they're doing. he says, well, let's call up Lincoln Fillmore and get him on the phone.
That
So-
sounds, Councilman, that sounds just like Senator Ripson,
That's
doesn't it?
exactly what he did. So he and I got a conference call and got Lincoln Fillmore on, and I said, hey, this is pulling away our ability to review plats. And making the Planning Commission the Land Use Authority. And he says, well, why the heck would you do that? I don't know, but that's what's happening. And in discussions earlier, it sounds like there's a lot of people that are wanting to look at this whole law and tweak it this coming legislative cycle, right? So I guess my question that I posed earlier today, and my question today is, why move forward with this when we're going into a legislative cycle? Let's see what they do monkeying with the bill as it was written last year.
That's a fair question. Remind us the deadline. You've presented to the council before. Did they put a deadline on the current legislation?
They did. It's February. Is it the 1st? I think it is.
So I'll give them 2 weeks into the legislative session to figure it out.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they are going to
I'm
make, but
teasing.
right now,
I'm just
what
teasing.
we're tied to and handcuffed to right now is February.
Along with every other municipality in the state.
Yeah, state law indicates that the city must have, every city that undergoes land use, that wants to have zoning, must have this law, must have city ordinances that conform with the state law by February 15th. And so that's our drop dead date. Obviously, we don't try to wait till the second week of February to get there, right? During the legislative session, this was a bill that was known and discussed and debated. It was very clear to everybody that if passed, this would be a complete and total rewrite of land use authority for low density, single family residential developments. And so we've never suspected this as anything other than that. That's how it was presented from the league. That's how we've understood it. That's also why we waited a long time to write this law, as we weren't excited for it. We knew what it was doing, and so we were going to get it into place, soon enough before February 15th, but no sooner than that.
So in talking to Councilman Hughes today, because I met with him on another job, but St. George City doesn't sound like they have this together, and they're not real excited about it either.
But they're implementing it pretty hard. They've been implementing it for a while. So.
Yeah, their
According
attorneys
to their
have,
councilman, they still haven't, and
I'm submitting stuff all the time to them, and they're already implementing it.
yeah, their attorneys have told me that they intend to be compliant by the deadline. Now, again, I recognize that their attorneys don't vote at city council either.
So if we want to have any say-so in a subdivision, this is just going to force us to more into the PUD side than straight zoning for a small neighborhood, which if you got somebody that's going to take a lot that they have and turn it into 2 or 3 homes or a flag lot or something like that, it's going to force them into a PUD too.
So the perception at last year's legislative session is that Utah has a housing problem and that there's a shortage largely because cities are not approving it fast enough. Also, the perception included that cities were not approving higher density lots as the state needs. And so this had 2 purposes: to speed up approvals of single family residential, and especially if they were single family or, well, it's low density residential. So, a duplex would also be included here. But it would speed up the approval process for all of it. It would also remove from the land use authority the ability to say, look, we don't like 4,000 square foot lots. The lot's too small, so we're not going to approve you. And that sentiment was reflected from the development community that communicated to the legislators and gave them examples of cities that were denying applications on the basis of, not enough square footage in the lots. And so that was the sentiment. We always understood that it would be an entire change for our process as it relates to the residential that's not multifamily.
So if it's a density and multifamily issue, then this didn't even address that.
This only addresses, single family up to a duplex. Yeah. A multifamily would still come through the same process.
So Thad, 2 bills last year. the two sponsors, one host sponsored in the House, one sponsored in the Senate, SB 174 and HB 406. There was some talk of overlap and corrections midterms. Was there anything done about identifying some of the overlap issues with those bills, or are they?
There was no special session to fix any overlap between the bills that were passed. As I understand it, the House and the Senate both eventually passed the bill that became law. 174 and 406. I'm not good at referencing bills by their number, so I don't know exactly what's in them by their numbers. But the House and the Senate passed a bill that eventually went into law, which is what we're talking about. There were other bills passed that had other provisions that were trying to accomplish some of the same goals. There was not a special session that fixed that. Everything we hear is that this session intends to make some fixes. The challenge we have is this session won't finalize before their deadline last year arrives.
Has Representative White or Senator Fillmore run subsequent bills this year along the same lines? Are you aware yet? I know we haven't even started the session yet, but.
Yeah, I haven't seen any bills that they've run yet. Everything we've been told in our legislative meetings is that they intend to run them.
So again, if that's the case and they intend to run them and they're going to change the rules again, does it hurt to postpone this until after the session to see what they do?
Yeah, so as Drew and Jeremy and I had our little work group on this rewrite, one of our intents was to not do a wholesale redo of our code because we believed they would be making changes. And so yeah, we tried to just change the bare minimum. If the council would rather wait and see what the legislature does with this before they put it into effect, I don't have a problem with that. I would just advise you that state law says it's supposed to be into effect by February 15th. But if we don't put it into effect until May 15th, that's your choice. You know, the council or staff's gonna work according to what the council directs us to do.
So post-session, then we would have a look at it then and decide what has been implemented this year and what changes were made. We wouldn't be held liable legally if we were to hold off on that.
Well, so we're bringing it to you before February 15th because we are trying to comply with the laws that's written. There wouldn't be any liability. There's no liability written into the code. I think that the city might be presented as a non-compliant city, a city that hasn't complied with state law, for example, if somebody was wanting to use that to make an example of it.
But within that timeline would still be, it would be a reasonable reason and a reasonable time frame, I would think.
I think it's really close, yeah.
I think I agree with that. I think probably the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to end up on a list of cities that didn't comply, and that can be bad. It sounds like at least a couple of the legislators didn't know what was in the bill, maybe even some that are running the bill. But we didn't comb through it to see what would happen if we didn't. I know there was some language in there that if the city didn't do certain things within the shot clock time frame, then the builders could just go ahead and build. And so we haven't really looked at it that way, but if you'd like us to look at it, what would the ramifications be if we didn't pass anything? We can certainly look at that.
But I think it'd be wise too to realize that a lot of times the intent of the sponsor and the drafting attorney and then the end result and the implementation of that bill are often four different things. And so verifying that the end result is exactly what the bill intends to be, that seems like that would be wise to do that before we jump into that to try to do it and then try to undo it later.
Yeah, you know, St. George is an interesting example because they're a very influential city in this state. One of their city attorneys is an attorney for the league and was involved with the group that wrote the whole bill. And so, yeah, if there's a city that should have been aware of this and its intent and impact on their land use processes, it would be St. George City. And, you know, we're close enough to them and we were paying enough attention to the session that we knew that it was going to change our process if it got passed, and then it got passed. And so ever since the session closed, we've known that we needed to bring this ordinance amendment to be compliant.
Well, and then I wonder also, when you consider the ramifications of the bills that are being run this year and the impacts that they want to restrict a lot of municipal ability to make other decisions as well. And if those pass, then it would be wise as well to wait and see what some of those things look like if we're going to have to change the way we're doing things in other ways to not get a cart in front of the horse, so to speak, and wait and see what all that looks like and get a clear picture before we bring them together, considering what's going to be passed even this year.
Yeah, one of the biggest albatrosses for my job in my office is keeping our ordinances up to date. I would say that our cart is a couple miles behind the horses on ordinance, just modernization. But you're right. If they're going to keep making a lot of substantive changes, some of those might make what we're proposing here tonight just be, irrelevant or out of date pretty quickly here. I want the record to reflect that Washington City wants to be supportive of affordable housing. We want to support the legislature in their efforts to accomplish that. We don't feel that our process has slowed that down. We keep track of how many lots we've entitled, and we've got 18,000 lots entitled right now on paper that could be built. And the industry is building between 2,000 and 3,000 a year in our city. And so we've got a forward log of about 5 to 6 years of lots available right now that they could build on if they just wanted to come and apply for all of them. And so we weren't asking for a change. We felt like our land use process was working. We feel like we have a lot of residential in our city, and we're known as a residential city because we've embraced that. We like having new people come and live in our beautiful communities. And so,
well, I mean, for the most part. But I always say we're not chasing growth. Growth is chasing us, but we certainly have been discovered.
But in the end, that us seeking letters of clarification on questions that we have, in the end, that's well within our rights. I mean, we need a clear picture of what we're going to be required. And if we have a question about it and we say, is this exactly the end result of what the bill intends? And if it's not, then we would be well within our rights to be able to ask that before we implement.
But let me be the devil's advocate. Like when I first read this, I was like, well, I thought we were doing a full rewrite. And then I find out they're making more changes. What's it hurt passing this as of today or tomorrow or whatever, just to get in compliance? I'm just asking the council.
Because, I mean, when you pass an ordinance, to even change the ordinance to go back another direction, I mean, it's a longer process. Like, we're only talking a couple of weeks.
No, and I'm just being devil's advocate, throwing it out there.
That's fine.
I think they did us a huge injustice by what they approved. I am so frustrated, and I work in the industry. I think what they tried to do was good-hearted to help a process, but all they're doing is making it harder on their side and harder on the city side. And that's where I've been frustrated since I've heard about this bill. And so I want to make sure that our code's written properly and smoothly so it's easy for both sides. And so that's why I was like, I don't want to just cut and paste out words and stuff like that. I don't like this, but I'm just asking the council.
To that end, if it does push cities more into the PUD processes, it extends the developer's process and makes it harder on them, like you said, which is not great. But maybe I'm missing something. I didn't see where this is really going to do anything for affordable housing, especially if it carves out your multifamily components.
Let me jump in on that one. And I didn't really either, other than I think what they're trying to do is speed up the timeline for the approval and maybe take a little bit of the public clamor out of it by having the land use authority be either the planning commission or staff or a combination of such. So I think that was their intent. As I try to interpret,
that might speed up their timeline, but that really doesn't affect their bottom line too much. They're still going to charge what they can charge.
So larger cities like our neighbor St. George are not doing a land use authority body like with the planning commission like we are. We've chosen to, and again, it was by the councils. We've met with the council over the months, and they directed us this direction. St. George's residential of single or duplex will all be administered through staff. It'll be an administrative process. And I think that was the theory of the bill, is that we would just get residential out of the political channels and make it an administrative, really just a technical process. Here's the checklist. If you meet the boxes, you get approved. We don't look at your shutter colors. We don't decide whether you've got the right siding. It's just an administrative process to get housing through the process quicker. Now, St. George's like Washington, they've approved a lot more lots than have been built. And so they also could make the same argument, which is, look, we're not holding up residential. But yeah, the idea was to make residential pull it, give it some immunity from political processes, from the clamor of public hearings. And again, those are theories. Whether it accomplishes that is something we'll find out as we try to, implement it.
Well, Councilman Coates's comments are, it's where I'm at, because we don't know that the end is going to actually succeed in what they're trying to do. Is it really going to shorten times, or is it going to frustrate the process, cost more money and more times and more delays, and drive development the other direction because of the burden?
So Drew would be able to talk more specifically, but our city doesn't get a lot of just single residential applications of, hey, we're going to bring 15 residential lots, right? A lot of it's the nature of what the land is like around us that's still available, but we don't have a lot of applications that we think would have fallen into this category anyway, right? And we do, but all of those are coming from larger developments. PCD, PUD type developments, yeah. And so all of those are coming in through a different entitlement. This would be straight zoning of single family residential or duplex. That's all that it touches.
So I think that the downside potentially, if we choose not to implement this, is really just that the legislature, who are a lot like you, even if it's a bad law, they think they expect us to implement it. And so I think that if I'm pushing from the other side, I use that as a bludgeon against cities. Cities didn't implement what you told them to implement. Even if it's a bad law, they didn't do what you told them to do. So let's just ignore what they have to say and let's come up with our own law. That's the negative that I see, is that the other side could use that as cities aren't playing ball anyway, so let's not even listen to their concerns. But just something to think about.
That's still kind of a what if though, right? There's nothing.
What I love about this
Still getting used to
discussion
that.
tonight is I see Councilman Bellison going through the same process that we all went through, right
I
after
get
the
it, I'm
last
late to the
legislative
game, right?
session. We all had this same reaction. Yeah, we hear you. We agree with you.
Blame it on the new guy to derail it, right? I don't know.
No, I don't think it's a derailing. This is the first time we've showed you the actual language we tried to prepare to comply. I think the staff.
And don't get me wrong, I appreciate what you guys did, and I appreciate where you guys are coming from, right? I just think it's garbage.
Yeah. But my professional preference would be to say, legislature, we complied. Now listen to us. Now give us your ear to tell you why you need to make some changes for us, right? But I feel it. It's hard to say let's comply while we know they're going to meet here in a week and start talking about changing it all.
But Councilman Coates, would it be fair to say that if we follow the legal counsel, that maybe that's just a Band-Aid? Is that kind of where you're coming from? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
I think it's less than a Band-Aid. It's you scraped yourself and you're just dealing with it.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, I'm not I don't know. I don't like this code. I don't like what we're doing, but I also want to abide by the law, the bare minimum, as long as literally in March, we're looking at it again, redoing it and doing it the right way moving forward, whatever is determined, which I hope we can get in their ear and get it right, and then come up with the best solution for our community, right? Like,
yeah, I think what you're saying is that we as a city would unanimously adopt whatever it takes that actually accomplishes affordable housing. We all recognize that issue. We've been involved with trying to get it, and when we know what that is, we'll be the first ones in line. Hopefully we get there through this process.
And the key is actually achieve.
So this is on for discussion, and then.
Yeah, we wanted to get it.
Is it on tonight for a vote?
No. Very rarely will we have an item on the, unless it's super simple. We typically won't have it on a workshop and then on the subsequent same night regular meeting. But right now, Drew, with that prepared work, we're bringing it to you for your deliberation.
And we hope to take it, I mean, if everything was going through, it would be 2 weeks from tonight, we'd have it on your agenda. But because of the date, it could still go to that first meeting in February as well.
Councilman Coates, you've mentioned the language a little bit. Is there one of the things we like to get from work sessions is your feedback as to if there's language or descriptions that you're not a fan of that we can amend to make them more consistent with what you would like for the city.
So, I mean, when I went through it, there's one area I caught that I think was just missed. It's under 10.3.2, item B, number 5. Go to that one. That would just still says that it goes to the council. And
10.3.2.
10.3.2, number B, paragraph 5. So it just, and this is under, for subdivision consisting of 3 units or more, it says the planning commission will hold public hearing and reviewing the application for the preliminary plat. The planning commission, at the conclusion of the public hearing, will either recommend approval, condition approval, or denial of the preliminary plat onto the city council, but that's not the case based on everything else we're doing.
Yeah.
No,
Correct.
this is because this is the one caveat that nobody talks about. This is the only time you'll do this is, and this doesn't happen that often, if I have 3 or more units on a individual lot. I've had that happen once in my 18 years here, and that's that Hoops development down in the fields, right by the Andrus property that had,
So it's just a
that had the
separate
4
code.
units on one lot. It's the same, yeah, whatever, if it comes to that, it's what you've been doing.
So how can we do that when state law says we can't do that?
State law says you can if it's 3, that's what I understand, 3 or more units on one lot.
stand corrected.
It's status quo of what you're doing today. Are you on?
Just leave it on, Troy.
I'm still figuring this thing out. So if it's 10 acres and you're subdividing it into 3 lots, that's 3 units or more?
No, it's on an individual lot, not making the 3 lots or more. Because again, if you did it at three parcels or 4, then nothing would be changing. It's per, if I have 3 or more units on an individual newly created lot.
Which townhomes are going to be individually titled townhomes, so they.
That's right. So they're all individual.
But a
Now, the
condo
only way
would
this would come up is if there's a 4-plex or a 6-plex, all owned by one person on one lot, which is multifamily housing.
So we don't get to see anything that's less than 4-plex, 6-plex.
But all the stuff you see now,
13-plex,
yeah. Again,
whatever.
you would have saw that one subdivision in my 18 years with the hoops. That would be the only thing that would have come before you
You'll still
on going forward.
I don't even know.
You'll
That's
still
its
see
PUD.
all of the PUD and PCD that you've.
The zoning doesn't matter. It's all about the subdividing of that.
No, I understand, but for
Yeah.
a PUD, we require subdivision layouts and topographical and grading and all of that.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
Which we would normally get to see on the preliminary plat, so
You
now-
would see it in the zoning phase of it.
But what if it's already zoned? So you still go through the process. If
Yeah,
it's-
right now we
if it's
still
a-
make them.
If it's a PUD
Yeah.
and they're approved, then you
Because
still see the
yeah.
preliminary plat and
No,
final
because you're
plat?
talking two separate, actions. One is a zoning action, a land use action, and that's to say the PUD. Those still have to come back and get if they're broken up into townhomes on that PUD, they still have to come back through the subdivision process because that's totally different. It's, directed of how you subdivide land versus how you zone the land.
How many undeveloped parcels do we have out there that are straight zone?
You mean in that 18,000?
Most of them are straight zoned right now.
Most of them are straight
They
zone.
almost always come in and ask for, the turf farm's a good example. Straight zoned, they've come in and asked for a new zone designation, right?
Zoned ag. I mean, straight zoned R16, R18, R110.
Most of them are straight zoned residential something right now, yeah. But we've got a few like Stuckey Farms, which has been zoned for a long time, but even within its zoning, it's just got big villages that aren't yet subdivided. And so they would need to come in as part of their zoning and show us their reliefs, their look, their feel, all of that stuff, and you would still get to do that. And then they would need to bring in plating for the subdivision process, which if it was residential would go through the new channel. I was trying to give you a specific example, Councilman Coast, to what you asked. So we've got, they're zoned already. Were they not zoned, you would get to have their zoning hearing, decide what to give them. But they're zoned, but part of their zoning still hasn't shown you what they're gonna build yet because they just haven't got to those villages, and you'd still get to see that. But when the plat comes in, preliminary plat and final plat for, phase 1 of 37 lots, that would go through the new channel that this
So we should just
establishes.
general plan everything PCD and move on.
There you go.
See, I got mocked at bringing that up about 7 years ago, but that's where we're heading.
I'm just saying, like, not
The-
sorry, PUD.
In our experience, the
I know.
industry likes those too, right? So the industry's asking for more PCDs than they used to, and so you're right. There's whether this accomplishes enough to create more affordable housing is a really interesting discussion, right? Most of our housing that's coming online that we're counting is not coming under this channel. It's coming under PCD and PUD. So this isn't going to change what most of our housing starts are starting under.
So
Now-
this would pretty much just be, unless it's a twin home or a single family home.
Townhome too.
Land Use Authority gets the preliminary plat, staff does the final.
So
But the
that-
final should be, right? If the final plat comes back exactly what the preliminary plat is, there shouldn't be anything. It should just go right.
Which is
Right
why
through.
the
We've always
final
agreed on
plats
that.
we just pushed to a consent
Consent
agenda, right?
agenda.
'Cause
Yeah, we even took it out of the planning commission just to save them time and take it right to a consent agenda, but that's, which is in a lot of cities didn't even do that. A lot of them, I was surprised how many just took it right to staff anyway. So,
Remember, I
But-
tried
but-
to do that and I got shot down.
what's that?
I was trying to give a dig at Mayor.
So
Yeah, I wouldn't care with that, but I would still like to see the preliminary plats.
So if Uncle Thad owned 10 acres that were zoned residential, this would allow Uncle Thad to submit a preliminary plat for subdivision. And it wouldn't have to go to the council. It would just go through this new process. If it was zoned commercial, I would first have to come to you and get a zone change to get to a residential zone. So you'd get to see my change this doesn't touch any of your zoning authority. It touches the question as to subdivision of residential. If you approved Uncle Thad's zone change, I would then be able to submit a preliminary plat under that new zone that again would follow this route if it was for duplex or single family. If I was gonna bring a triplex or anything higher density than that, I would still need to come to you. You would still be the approval body. And we don't have a lot of Uncle Thads doing that anymore. And so most of what we get is bigger projects that are,
Well, that's why I asked, how many parcels out there that are zoned R1 whatever already? Because that's what we're talking about. And, most of those aren't coming back for a new zone change. They would just be bringing in a preliminary plat for a subdivision.
yeah, so even like the Fields is a good example. A lot of those vacant spaces ended up with residential zoning, but they didn't come and say, hey, we want to do, 67 R1 straight zone lots. They come to us and say, hey, we want to do the PUD, right? We want to take advantage of some of the benefits there. And so most of them are not coming in straight zoning.
They have it both though. We've done both. I mean, over
Yeah.
the years, I'm saying like some of the larger single family lots. And I mean, all honesty to the council, I mean, if someone wants to do an acre lot, I don't think we care, right? Like as long as they meet the codes and ordinances and move on. I mean, I don't, because I'm like, that makes sense. It's when you get to the higher densities that you got to be more critique. And what I've always understood, townhomes were a part of this too, but if they're not, you're saying it's 3 units or more.
Depends on the size of the townhome project.
So what does that mean, I guess? Do
You
have
just
any-
got two townhomes side by side. So if you just got 2 townhomes, you come through this process, right? If you've got more than 2, you
But
come.
every project we have with a townhome has.
That's
more
not
than
how
two.
I would interpret that.
Yeah, if you have if
They're all
you have a
individual
6
lots.
If you have townhomes that have 6 people and they can buy those as 6 individual tax IDs, and those are individuals, those wouldn't hit this. They'd never come to us.
Yeah,
Like,
because
all
it's
the
only, it's still
townhomes-
1 unit on 1 lot, a townhome is.
All the
So-
townhomes that are up around where I live, they're all individual tax IDs, so they would be considered 1 unit.
So,
You wouldn't see any of those projects.
council, what staff's brought to you tonight is an update to our existing ordinance that aligns our process with what the state legislature, whether they realized it or not, mandated we do by February 15th. So my question for you is, we've kicked it around. Most of us knew this was coming. my preference would be that I put this on the regular meeting 2 weeks from tonight, give you each more time to digest it, to communicate with staff, to kind of work through any questions you might have. But it would be my recommendation, having taken an all to upload the state statute and city ordinances, that we move forward and we pass it, that we get in compliance, and then that we go up the channels and work to change things if we feel like it could be better, and if we need to work to update any other pieces of our ordinances, that we give that directive. As a group, are you supportive of at least it being on the next regular meeting agenda? Have you felt like you've had enough time to digest this? Other than, I know you haven't, but.
Well, I wouldn't vote for it. I mean, I'd rather wait till after the session, and I'd rather ask staff to say, hey, really, what's the state gonna do? It's a couple weeks that we already know they're gonna be monkeying with it. Worst case, they say, hey, this is what it is at the end of session. All right, March, we.
That's good feedback. Council, the rest of you, I'm happy to follow your directive. This is absolutely a legislative decision. I think this is right in your purview. I'm just trying to give you the timeline that you want.
Just gonna say, is there some way we can do, because this is a big change in process, and if they're gonna fiddle around with it and make additional changes that we have to change again, is there a way to have a delayed implementation of it of some kind? Wait till June or something so we don't have to just keep changing the process all the time. I
think the legislature would have to do that. There's nothing in the code that allows us just to delay the implementation. I think the reason it hurts so much is because they wrote a law that takes you out of what you like to do, what you feel like is your legislative role, and those lobbyists who pushed this bill wanted you out of those things. They literally said the council cannot be the land use authority on these particular things. That's why it hurts. I think we'd have to ask the legislature to look at it before the deadline in order for us to not be out of compliance. And what does that mean? Just means we go on a list of cities that are not in compliance.
Well, I think this doesn't set well with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't think it's going to get the desired outcome. It's overarching. But I also feel like that as city council, we have a statutory responsibility to comply with the laws that we live under. I think that we need to be careful, because that becomes a little bit of a slippery slope if we try to say, well, we're going to follow this one, but we're not going to follow this one. I do understand that there's some great common sense to be made to say, hey, we could wait. But the truth is, just like they've tied our hands with a lot of this, they've tied our hands on that as well. There's a time to be implemented. Now, I think implementing the minimum, but we have to remember, this isn't just our decision. This is a decision that we make for all of our citizens. And I don't want to be a person that puts our citizens uncompliant with the legislator. So my opinion is, even though it doesn't feel right, it doesn't taste right, look right, feel right, I think that we need to stay within the bounds that are set and then do everything that we can to get the desired outcome in the end. That's my feeling, council.
So, go ahead.
I was going to ask Thad a question. Do you mind coming back up? So we've had.
Hey, make it a hard one, by the way, if you can ask Thad.
Well, we've had conversations before where our ordinances are not aligned with state code. But the state code, we're still, even though not all of them are up to date, we still have to, the state code supersedes what the city ordinances are. Would this be similar where we, even though we don't pass this, we still have to follow the state code?
So there's two types of code. A good example would be, let's use one that falls close to home. How to define a conflict of interest for a city council member in the state of Utah. State law has adopted a state law that says blank is the definition of a conflict of interest for a city council member in the state of Utah. Our city could adopt our own city code about conflicts of interest, and we could either say we adopt what the state says, or we could say we adopt a more strict standard. What we couldn't do, where we would be superseded, is if we said we adopt a lesser standard. And so in this case, the state law actually says cities must adopt their own codes and then gives a date certain, right? So smaller cities have until December of this year. Larger cities, which we fit into those categories, had to do it by February. And so I think a developer could argue, look, Washington City, you didn't adopt one, therefore state law forces you to give us that process anyway. The challenge we would have is our council wouldn't have acted to even implement that process or create it. And so part of what the council needs to do by passing an amendment is enacting code that then authorizes staff to have the planning commission open a meeting as the land use authority and look at plats in every given, well, in any time that those come along and need to be looked at, we would essentially have planning commission meet the same dates and times. They would do like what the council does sometimes. You'd put on your reinvestment agency hat and open a meeting for however long that those issues take, and then you'd close that meeting and then open as the city council. The planning commission would operate similarly. They would open under the land use authority hat, look at all of the plats that fall under that purview. They would then close that meeting and open as the planning commission. And so we need city law so that we can have the council authority to begin operating like that.
And then just lean right into that mic there.
Probably gonna take 6 months to figure that out.
We might have to take the spring out of that chair for a while.
So you would have to be exposed from a developer's perspective, you'd have to have a developer ready to drop an application by February 15th.
Yeah,
And the reality is that the legislature is gonna be over by the 1st of March, where, I mean, what, couple of weeks to see what the legislature is gonna do?
Yeah, so practically speaking, if there's no applicant that meets this category, we wouldn't impanel this land use authority until they were here. And yeah, to your point, if that application's not out there, we've not hindered anybody's rights under Senate Bill 174 by failing to implement it by the due date. The law itself doesn't have any penalty provision or any criminality to it. I think that the blowback of not passing something is just commentary that Washington City didn't pass that yet.
Councilman Coates, you had a comment.
Yeah, so just my final comment is, I think this is a great discussion. I agree with what everyone's mostly said. The thing I would like to say, in my opinion, is I think we should redo our Title 10 anyways. Let's just start down that road, and they're going to work on what they work on, and let's get what we want in the code to make sense for us, and just redo our Title 10 and start working that process. I always fall back to, just because they want us to do something doesn't mean we have to, but as long as we're working toward what they want, we're in compliance, in my opinion, even though that's my opinion, not illegal.
So the state law says that you have to.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying we're working on it, right?
Yeah.
And I know maybe we should have had it before, but they're not even clear on what's going on, and it's a new law. I think there's some leeway for us to keep working on it, and let's keep working on it. And we have a real shot to make a good Title 10 that works for everybody. So let's do it. Let's make it good for everybody and start on that process is kind of where I'm at.
I think that's a great final word on the discussion. So council, here's what I'd like to do. I would like to bring this back to you as the city legislative body on February 14th, which is one day before our deadline. And you guys can decide how to approach that, and staff, you can decide what you'd like to bring back, or if you want to start to revise this Title 10, or if you want to bring this back, whatever you'd like to bring back. But by February 14th, I'm going to have this on agenda back for you to take some sort of action. And honestly, it's entirely within your purview to do any of the options that you've considered and discussed tonight. In the interest of time, I know we have Sunrise Engineering and Blake Fonsbeck with our Public Works Director. In the interest of time and with a little bit of good planning, I recognize that this discussion might go long, so I'd also added the water discussion to our regular meeting. So council, with your support, I'd like to move, I'd like that we would
we'll go ahead and, we don't have time to get to item 4, water capital facilities plan analysis and rate study, because we do have a 5:30 hard stop. Unless you want to just give us a quick start, you want to take 5 minutes? You want to take 5 minutes and then we'll continue it into let's do that. Let's go. Blake Fonsbeck, Washington City Public Works Director, Water Capital Facilities Plan Analysis and Rate Study. You're gonna set the table for a discussion that will continue on into our regular meeting.
Yeah, I can do that. It'll take me that long just to hook up my iPad, but so I'll just give you the beginning here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's great to be here with you to discuss Washington City's kind of most precious resource. None of this would be here if it wasn't for water, and so we continue to look at this finite resource, and we have it you have a very complex system. And it's rapidly growing as well. And so that creates a lot of issues and problems as we're trying to adjust to that and work through that. We also have the responsibility, with it being an enterprise fund, to do it in a fiscally responsible way. So as we go into the next thing, as you reviewed the current packet for the work session, you might have noticed that it seemed very familiar. We had this during the summer months. We went through several different work sessions, as well as in a council meeting to pass these rates. As we were in the last one in August, it was found that there was some errors in some of the calculations, the engineering calculations, and there were also additional concerns that were brought forth by you, as well as from the citizens, about a 30%, close to 30% increase in the water rates. And that was a concern. So we went from that meeting and really looked back and said, okay, there's other ways to look at this and to work through this. It might be a little bit painful, but it's a way that we can work through it and try to find a balance in there. That we can meet the needs and keep our water system viable. We certainly don't want to create a situation where we're not keeping up with our water system and we start to have issues and problems. So the purpose of this work session, and when we talk later, is to present kind of that different methodology to basically let you know that we did correct the errors. Those are taken care of. And then we went with this different methodology to find a balance between reducing the financial impact on our water customers while finding a balance that keeps the water fund viable as well. One of the things I did want to mention that, I've had a lot of years working in these areas in public works and working in city government. And I did just want to mention that over the little over a year I've been here, I've noticed that I really appreciated the way this council reads their packets ahead of time and looks at those things and really does the homework and that I think that's really important. I've been to other cities where the presentation you were giving was the first time they'd heard of it, even though they'd had it for a while. So I appreciate that. And I think that'll make for a good discussion later. You'll notice that when we go through it, the slideshow is very close to the one you presented. I wanted to keep that so that you could see we did highlight a few where the errors were changed and were corrected. But I wanted you to see that we're not trying to really change everything, but we're just changing the methodology and a little bit how we're coming up with the funds that we need. And then just finally, kind of to tee that up, if you think about it, the water fund is an enterprise fund that must provide 3 key components to remain viable. And that's for the maintenance of the current water infrastructure and system, and that is your base rate. And then it's also to provide the water through either production or purchase, and that's your product that's dealt with product and the product and the overage rates. And then also to build additional infrastructure to accommodate growth, and that's the funded through impact fees. So as we think about those things, I like to think of it as you go and you buy a car and you get the insurance and you got everything and you're ready to go with the key. But if you don't, that's your base rate. You paid that to get the car and to get it going, but it doesn't go anywhere until you pay for the gas. And so the gas is your water. So if we think of it in those terms, there's several different factors here, and then the impact fees are building places for you to. I don't want to mix roads with water, but it's kind of building your network so that you can move around with that. So, and then we want to, what the goals are when we get done with this is we want kind of 3 goals is to, so you understand that we've corrected those mistakes that were last year. We want to get some buy-in on the new methodology so that we can come back next council meeting to approve, but we want to be able to get that buy-in so that we can then refine whatever we need to get it to that point. And then also, if you remember, there were tiered options or tiered structures. There were 3 different options, and so we want to pick an option, kind of get your feeling for what option is a good one to go towards, so that we can narrow it down and not have so much data next week or in 2 weeks when we present it. So that's kind of to tee it up.
Excellent summary. Thank you for bringing us back up to speed on this conversation. It's a critical conversation to have. We're going to continue this discussion during our regular meeting. We'll give you and the engineers with Sunrise time to go through those and give the council plenty of time to discuss and give that feedback and direction. Love the analogy. The table is officially set. Thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
Council, at this time, I will look for a motion to close the workshop session, and then we will reconvene in here by 6 p.m. to start the regular meeting.
So made, Mayor.
A motion by Councilman Ivy and a second, I heard it down here, by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. We'll get started here momentarily. Good evening. Welcome to Washington City Hall. We are in the council chambers for our regular meeting. Today is Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. And our meetings are streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We're grateful for all of you to be here this evening. We'll start our meeting with Mary Robinson, representing the Interfaith Council. Mary. Thank you, Mary. We appreciate you. We appreciate the Interfaith Council. And I was just telling Mary before the meeting that we're making just some minor changes to our assignments during this meeting, and Councilwoman Casperson will be our new liaison to the Interfaith Council. So it was a good introduction, I think. I've asked Councilman Kurt Ivey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, two quick items before I call for an approval of the agenda. First, Councilman Coates is unable to be with us for perhaps the whole meeting, but at least the start of the meeting. He has a work obligation that was scheduled for the same time. So he will try to join us later if that finishes in time. And then second, I wanted to let you know that we do have need to go to closed session, and those would be for items pertaining to pending or potential litigation. Other than that, unless there's anything you'd like to make a mention of, do you have something, Councilman Belston?
When it comes to item 7A, I just need to make a quick statement at the front end of that.
Sounds good. We'll handle that. I'll call for motion to approve the agenda.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. The next first item of business is announcements. Tomorrow, many on the council, many in this room throughout the community will be at the What's Up Down South Conference on economic progress in Dixie. So we hope to see you there. Friday and Saturday, if you see balloons in the sky out over the Washington Fields, that is the Washington Area Chamber and their third annual Balloon Fest. And if you've seen some of the news on KSL, they're doing it for a great cause. So keep your eye open for those balloons. There's not many things prettier than those balloons flying over an alfalfa field down there. City offices will be closed in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, January 15th. Another very important event that I'd like to make the council, and the council is aware, but the community as a whole aware of, is that there will be a Calamity Dance charity event for Chief Matt Evans' daughter, who has some serious health issues that will be ongoing and will require some treatment in Salt Lake and an extensive period of time up there. And our thoughts and prayers are with the Evans family and his daughter Ashley. That event is being spearheaded by Chief Evans' brothers and sisters in the fire department with Washington City Fire. And Crimson Cliffs High School has opened up their auditorium and the school district's been very good to work with in allowing for them to host that charity event on Thursday, January 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. So just please watch the news, watch social media, and anything you can do to support the Chief Evans and his family, and specifically this daughter and her family, would be much appreciated. And then the council will be heading up to the state legislature earlier than typical. We'll be up there from January 21st through the 23rd, meeting with our representatives on the Hill there, and also with our annual council retreat, discussing priorities, budgets, and things as we go into this calendar year. Is there anything that I may have missed on the calendar or announcements?
Mayor, I do have one item that will be my last official act as Washington City Arts Council liaison. The Washington City Arts Council has a winter art show that runs through February 2nd, daily during regular business hours or office hours, like 9 to 5, at the Red Cliffs Gallery in St. George. That's where each of our local artists will have their work displayed. Bring your checkbook also. They wouldn't even mind selling something to you. That's all I have, Mayor.
And that's going on right now through February 2nd.
Right now through February 2nd, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, council, next item, declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Is there anything to declare for abstention or conflict? Seeing none, we'll move on to a bit of a lengthy consent agenda, but really a good consent agenda saves a lot of time on these meetings. So I'll run through these, and then for the benefit of those in attendance and for the council, consent agenda items are not designed to have extensive discussion. If a council member has clarifying questions or brief discussion, that's fine. If there would be more discussion than that, then it would require a motion to remove that item from the consent agenda to open that up for further discussion. That applies to all of the items, but in particular, it applies to award of bid. I've had some council members who really like having bids on the consent agenda. I've had others who would prefer those to be as separate items. I have made the decision to leave them on the consent agenda, knowing that if they want to have a detailed discussion on that, it can be pulled from the consent agenda. So I'll read through these, council, and we'll take it from there. So item 4, consent agenda consists of approval of minutes from the city council meeting of December 13th, 23 and January 2nd, 24. Board audit report for December of 2023, a number of final plats, including, I'm not sure if that's Coral or Corral. Corral. All right, I think that makes sense. Corral Hollow Phase 1, Queens Ridge Phase 4, Solis Phase 2A, Solis Phase 2B, Heritage Place Phase 3, Heritage Place Phase 4, Heritage Place Phase 5, and award of bids. First award of bid would be for the 300 South and 400 South sewer reconstruction, and that would be awarded to Nelson Excavating and Construction Co. in the amount of $343,997.95. The other would be to approve the award of bid for the Washington Parkway roadway improvements project to Whitaker Construction in the amount of $294,450. Council, I'll turn to you at this time.
Mayor, just a couple of quick comments. I'm comfortable with the bids. I've reviewed those. Normally, I'd like those pulled so we can talk about in detail, but I've actually reviewed them on my own time and made sure that, for my own mind, that those are processed properly and accurately, and they're good for the city. Mayor, I'd just like maybe some information on 5 and 6 Heritage Place, just to talk about the trail amenities, remind what those are and when they will come. And then, Mayor, just like to verify that with the Solis development, that all the hillside requirements have been completed. I believe they have, but just like some clarification to make sure that those were completed as well.
Drew, is that you or Eldon to clarify on those? Eldon, go ahead and come forward on that.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. What can I clear up for you on that?
So on Mayor, do I have leave to? Okay. So Heritage Place 5 and 6, the trail amenities. Was a trail going up the top and maybe some park benches or something there on the west side. Just remind us what those are and verify if we had a resident reach out wanting to verify that those are still the plan and what they are.
Yeah, on I believe it's phase 2, the north end, there's a cul-de-sac, and on the west end, it's the LID requirements. There's a big detention pond. They've grassed that area, and that's where the trailhead starts. That'll go through to the north and access the existing trailhead that weaves up top to the knoll.
And that trail's already in that goes to the top of the knoll.
It is, correct.
Right. Great. Thank you. And then the only other thing I have is I'm pretty sure of this. I think we actually went and looked at the Solis project and the hillside, make sure that all those requirements that were quite extensive have been completed and checked off.
Yes. Yeah. Hillside requirements have been met.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other minor clarifications or any items that would like to be pulled before I call for a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I think I just had.
Councilman Belliston?
Yeah, I expressed a question with you on the board audit report, but I can just touch base with staff on that later. I don't think it's a big deal, so.
Appreciate that. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mayor, I can make a motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined.
A motion by Councilman Ivy, a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved. We're making great progress, everyone. On items 5, 6, and 7, which is a preliminary plat, conditional use permit, and ordinance respectively, I just want to make note that the public hearings were conducted at the Plan Commission meeting last week. I had the opportunity to attend that meeting, and I appreciated the public comment there. As we go through those items, I might see if anybody is in attendance to speak to those items and may give an additional comment, opportunity for comment if warranted. Item 5 is preliminary plat. 5A, this is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for ARA Logistics, located at the east of the St. George Airport, west of Southern Parkway. The applicant is Bush and Gudgel. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this particular item. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for the ARA Southwest Logistics Center subdivision. This particular subdivision is proposing 15 large industrial type lots on an area covering.
Eldon, normally I would never interrupt you, but is large a big enough word in this particular case?
That may be an understatement.
Okay, fair enough. Continue. I don't mean to interrupt your report.
Oh, you're fine. 15 very large industrial type lots covering 276.68 acres. Very large project here. The buildings on the lots will range in size from 186,000 square feet to 495,000 square feet. The zoning designation at this location is PUDC. The surrounding zoning is C3 to the north, east, and south, and St. George City to the south and west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 3rd, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval. of the pre-plat for the ARA Southwest Logistics Center subdivision. And that was based on the following findings and conditions as seen in your report. And I do want to note condition 13 that was added in the zone change has also been added to this, the conditions of this report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, questions, if any, for our city planner?
The extension of Washington Fields Road is now paved, I understand? That's good.
It's, much of it is paved,
Much
not
of it
all
is.
of it, but much.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, would you like to hear from the applicant? I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to come forward and, or the applicant's representative, whomever. And we know you, Bob, but if you just state your name for the record.
Sure, Bob Hermanson with Bush and Gudgel and representing ARA this evening. Obviously, just continually excited about the project. It's fantastic. One really cool update is that we actually started mass grading last Monday, and we're in full steam. Super excited to have JP Excavation out there, and they are literally tearing up that site right now, and it's just so exciting to see. And just it's been great working with everybody, and just getting to this point. We're excited just to have one more step and just full steam ahead. So, any specific questions for me?
No, just kind of a quick statement. Matt and I worked on this property down there 5 years ago. It was a lot of work back then to try and get things going. So it's kind of fun to see it starting to come together. It'd be neat to see things going vertical.
Yeah, it's been something for sure. It's been great. Big lift.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Bob. We appreciate the leadership team and legal representation, Nathan Fisher being here. It means a lot that you partner with us on this project, and we've become very close, and we've worked closely together on making sure we're doing this right for the benefit of the community. So this is a big step forward. Council, who would do the honor of making that motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the preliminary plat for our logistics located at the east end of the St. George Airport, west of the Southern Parkway.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilwoman Casperson. It's a preliminary plat, so let's go roll call. Belliston?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Ivy? Aye. Casperson?
Aye.
That's approved unanimous. Would you like to say anything before, or we just catch up tomorrow at the convention center? Thanks so much, Brad. Thanks, Justin, everyone. Appreciate you guys. Okay. Item 6 is a conditional use permit. This is a consideration to approve a revised conditional use permit C-22-17 for a medical office building located at 659 North Brio Parkway. The applicant is Hughes General Contractors. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present on this item. For my benefit and the benefit of the council, is there anybody in attendance this evening here specifically for this item other than the applicant, which I recognize from the other night? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Eldon.
This site previously received conditional use permit approval, and that was a 3-story medical office building. Previous building was approved for approximately 40,000 square feet and a height of 54 feet 6 inches tall. The applicant and their team have revised the site layout and building elevations as shown in the exhibits and are asking for approval of the revised plan. The conditional use permit being sought is due to the requirements found in the commercial zoning regulations stating that any commercial administrative development that is over 5,000 square feet in size must obtain a CUP approval from the city. In the revised plan, the applicant is proposing to develop approximately 2.67 acres of the 4.13 acres of land. The development includes a single-story building, approximately 24 feet tall and 19,540 square feet in size. The intent of the new design is to provide a state-of-the-art medical office building that is conveniently located and configured to best serve this area. Proposed parking for this development is 150 stalls. City code requires 121 parking stalls, which includes the employee parking as well. Proposed parking for this development exceeds city standards by 29 stalls. The proposed building elevations have a modern feeling and proposed landscaping is aesthetically pleasing. Staff has reviewed the proposed project and finds that it meets the intent of the commercial administrative use regulations and as found in the zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 3rd, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of C-23-17, allowing for a medical office complex located at 659 North Brio Parkway, as shown in the exhibits, and that was on to the City Council, and as stated in the findings and conditions as seen in your report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, questions for staff on this agenda item? Councilman Henderson.
Yeah, so Councilman Coates asked me to bring up this. He would like to see a pathway or an entrance from this parking lot to the adjacent commercial property on this plan. So just so that he knows, or we know in the future that there's, continuous traffic flow. So it'd be right up, right about where your cursor is. So,
And likely could accomplish that with just the removal of a few parking spots there or connectivity that way. Sounds like they're
I think
exceedingly.
he'd at least like to see it labeled as, maybe future entrance to the adjacent commercial property. So.
How are their parking calculations?
They have more than enough to get rid of.
You said in your report they exceed by how many?
29.
Yeah, so they
So if they
well
lost
exceed
4
that.
stalls, wouldn't be a big deal.
Correct. And I'd love to hear the applicant's feedback on providing
Yeah.
that access as well.
Yep. We'll talk to them about that. Further discussion or questions for staff before I invite the applicant to come forward? Thanks, Eldon. I see the applicant's a representative here, or the applicant want to come forward and then just state your name and then maybe kick it off with the question that Councilman Henderson posed.
Okay, great. Yeah, Travis Davis with Hughes General Contractors. And that is a good point of access onto the Phase 2 area. We've debated long and hard on our side of how to do that. And we basically just thought, no matter where we put it, it's probably going to be in the wrong spot. Just because we don't know what that development will be on that next phase. And honestly, we don't know if we will make them connected. It's just until we have that other development, then we go through this process again, we can address that. And as far as parking goes, we are trying to get every single parking stall we can get. Just because the nature of these facilities is that it's the sick or elderly that are coming to the clinic, and we want to provide as much direct pedestrian access as we can, as soon as you park. So we've put a lot of parking in the front and adjacent to the side, and then the parking in the back is for employees. In fact, you can see the little traffic barrier back there. To try and to completely discourage anybody other than employees parking back there, just to keep circulation into the building as easy as possible.
Do you own the Phase 2?
Councilman.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you own it, you wouldn't be opposed to a condition on the approval that says if the staff determines down the road that some connectivity needs to go in there, that you'd be willing to provide it, right?
I would have to actually speak with the owner directly if they would agree to that. I just don't know. I can't speak for them on that particular topic.
I get that, but if it ever got sold off and we did need to get something on there, then it would be beneficial to both properties, I would think, to have that access through.
Potentially, yeah.
It looks like there's a nice place for that if you look on the southwest corner of the proposed building, like an easy build there, but the excess parking, you've gone from 3 stories to 1 story. basically 24 feet high. You've addressed the lighting concerns. So my comment, Mayor, is more inclined to maybe talk about the process and what I've noticed in bringing this forward. And I want to compliment the residents that live in Brio that became involved in this process and had their voices heard on what their concerns were. And I want to commend Hughes General Contractors for their listening to them and being able to address their concerns. Now, we understand that this isn't always going to work out this way, to where you're going to be able to build a 1-story from 3, which actually alleviate a lot of those homeowners that live adjacently, their concerns.
Sure.
But just from a vantage point of mine, I appreciate that process. There was always very much respect given back and forth. And you can see tonight that, to my knowledge, there's no homeowners here from the Brio area. So that tells me that you've done a good job in alleviating their concerns and letting them know that you listened. And as a council member, I appreciate that. And I have reviewed the packet. I watched the video from Planning Commission and looked at it, and it looks like a really nice, and who can argue with needing more medical facilities here in Washington, right?
Right. Yeah.
Could I just clarify your comment a little bit? A medical facility
A medical
here in Washington.
medical.
Since Doc Hinton across the street, I don't know that we've had a medical facility. So this is actually a pretty monumental time for us so we appreciate the applicant and you as a general contractor bringing forward some needed services. And I echo the councilman's words there. I actually was in attendance at the Plan Commission meeting, and I thought that the Plan Commission was able to listen to the concerns of the community very well. I thought that you were very well spoken in your response. And then I thought back to, I don't know how many years ago was it when you and I were on the Plan Commission, when we voted to approve the Brio subdivision with a little bit of commercial there at the entrance, that right from day one. But so that's been a process, and the neighborhood has been able to speak to it and you know, kind of wrap their heads around what I think is a really, really beautiful, really nice project. But let's talk just a little bit more about the parking and move this item along. Council on this side, do you want to have some interaction with the applicant's representative? Certainly not. Yes, Councilwoman Casperson, please.
What would be the need to have it connect down the road? What would be? I mean, 'cause I
Emergency
think
services, emergency egress, if there's an issue, you typically on any project have to have a secondary egress out. And so right there, if you look at the topographical and the terrain on that, you've got pretty steep slopes, right? So, and I don't know that the city's gonna give you 2 onto Brio Parkway, and I don't know that it's feasible to drop one down onto Buena Vista. So I'm just saying that if, as a condition of approval, there ought to be provisions, especially if you sell the property, or, you know, there ought to be some way to have an emergency egress that goes out through, which would also mean that you'd have to grant an access easement or, you know, across it as well. I mean, I'm not saying that it's 100% necessary, but it may for whoever's developing phase 2.
If you don't mind, Councilwoman, John, are you maybe the one that the appropriate person to address this question? If you wouldn't mind, come on forward. John Hinkie, Public Works extraordinaire. Could you just share some light on that?
Yeah, we looked at this. We do have that second access shown on there, closer down to Buena Vista. That would be into phase 2. That
Where?
lines, Drew, can you, yeah, right there, or Drew's. Can't quite see it if you slide.
Zoom out just a little bit if you
Which
can.
matches up with the driveway across the street and meets with our access management.
Okay, but that's a single access into phase 2,
Yep.
not a secondary egress for emergency.
Right, which.
Single access into that one.
Right, which we've looked at it, fire looked at it, everybody's looked at this point in time. Nobody felt that there was a need for that at this point in time. So everybody was confident that they had the access needed based on what was presented to us.
And do you feel like in the future there might be another need to add, you know, where they suggested to take away some of the parking so those 2 parking areas can connect?
I mean, if you wanted to put a condition on there, you could. I would be hesitant. I agree with him trying to pin down exactly where to put that at this point in time would be
No, I
problematic.
understand it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there is a need for it. You know, it's, so if there's not a need, to me, I just feel like it's a great project and how it is. And if there's not a need, why would we make it a condition?
There isn't a need now because there is no design for phase two, but when you get going on phase two, I could see where there could be a need. I'm just saying, you know, it's tough where there's no design. I'm fine putting all the parking in there, but at such a point in time that somebody's gonna try to, you know, do something on phase two, if it becomes an issue, then.
That's, I guess, what my question is. Is there going to potentially be an issue in phase two? So that's what I'm trying to ask you. If there's going to be down the road that there's going to need to have that.
In a perfect world, if they were connected, it'd be great, but is it a requirement? No, I don't see it as a requirement that they need to connect it.
And who on our staff has addressed this? The engineers, the planners, who just give us kind of a rundown of who's looked at this?
You can see on our flow
Flow
chart,
chart,
everybody
yeah.
from fire, engineer, public works, parks, everybody's had a chance to look at the application for the conditional use permit. So I think everybody's had a chance to chime in, and if there was a concern, I would have thought they would have put it on their stuff as we reviewed it through city inspect and then onto the flow card.
Would another access at this point, would it cause a price differential on this development? Would it cost more to have that on there?
I mean, you just negligible at best.
Go ahead and answer the councilman's question, John.
It'd be one of those things where we would probably design it just as it is right there on the screen right now. And then whatever the development was, if we had to, we would cut the curb and stuff at that point in time. It'd be so negligible to the ultimate cost of the project that.
I think maybe what Councilman Coates is looking for, and I don't want to mean to speak for him, but since he's gone, I will, since he texted me to. But I think maybe he would be more comfortable if it was at least acknowledged on there, you know, not necessarily, you know, break the curb out going into the dirt, but, you know, maybe build it as is, but maybe acknowledge on the site plan that possible future access to.
Would you, applicant, would you speak to that possibility? It sounds maybe reasonable.
Yeah, and again, we actually toyed with that idea. We actually thought about putting an approach where it was just sketched in the light blue coming down there. At that corner, we looked at doing a roadway parallel along Brio Parkway, which makes a lot of sense. We just don't know where the future building will be. So we went to the effort of showing that future approach there to basically make the statement that, yes, we want that other approach, that other access to the site in phase two. And I have to be honest, we put that on there because we didn't want a future argument of saying, no, you can't have another access. So our attempt to plan ahead was putting that showing the future approach there.
So let me give you a scenario that I dealt with in Washington City, right? I did a project and they wanted a secondary egress, understandable. The egress is there. There's a gate across it with a fire padlock that if they ever need to pull a truck through or something like that, they unbolt the gate, they drive on through. There's no direct access on a daily basis, but for fire egress, if they ever need to open that gate, they can get through. And so I could just see a scenario, and obviously Councilman Coates sees a scenario where it might be an issue. That's why he brought it up. So that's why I say if it's something that's part of the condition of approval, that it's contemplated, that at some point, if the city says, hey, we got to have an emergency because this is the way you want to design it, and we're okay with the design, but we've got an issue with our trucks or movement, then okay, we put a gate there.
You know, Mayor, and I would be in support of a comment, but I'm going to have to rely on our experts that say whether or not that's something that has to be or not, because that's really the standard we live by. Just like when we put in a stoplight, we have to meet certain conditions to be able to put those in. And so I think that we need to make sure that when we make decisions like this, that if our staff feels like that it's needed, then we need to probably act on that. But a comment or a comment on the plat would be fine, but I just don't feel great about requiring something that we're, like, he makes a valid point. They don't know how this next building's gonna sit. And so it really doesn't do any good other than saying that if there's a need, then they can incorporate that into their design of their building. And it seems like it would be a better process to do that.
It's a good conversation, council. Let's pause the conversation on the egress. Are there any other questions you'd like to ask the applicant before we move this conversation along, or is that really the only thing you're looking at this point?
I watched the planning commission. I just want to commend how they handled everything, and I appreciate the comments from the residents who came, but I just feel like our planning commission did a really good job at addressing all of the concerns and then working with you to get a good project. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well said. Councilman Henderson.
I just wanted to echo that. You guys have done a great job on this with the neighbors, and I think this is going to be a really neighbor-friendly project. I can't imagine anything more commercial, more mild than what you've got here as far as impact on the neighbors. And it's a really beautiful building, and it's going to fit in really nicely right there. So
Thank you.
Well said. You've heard the discussion about the secondary access. You've heard staff's response to it, and of course the review has been made, and the various department heads have signed off on it. But recognizing those, if there were to be a condition, what would you think would be a reasonable note on the plat, or reasonable that you feel like and I recognize that you want to maximize parking because of the use. Yeah. This is a medical center. You're going to have people coming in and out. You want to maximize your spaces. Is there some verbiage that you might be comfortable with? Something that maybe along as if necessary? I don't know. We're trying to be, work with you.
Yeah, I think there could be some language there to evaluate the connection at the phase 2 portion.
I think that's what we'd be looking for.
Yeah, when that time comes, I think there would be an evaluation there of, how to, I'm trying to think the best language for it, of how to
understand
make it most efficient.
Yeah, my concern isn't if you're the developer of phase 2 and you own it. Mm-hmm. It's if you sell it off and then it's like, well, okay, now we got a little bit of an issue because all the way around phase 2 sites got the terrain changed. It's not easy to put a secondary access out, right? Yeah. So
the ownership would be fine with a condition if it is sold to evaluate a cross parking agreement or
again, it's just for emergency services. An
emergency
the
cross access agreement. If the parcel's sold, the ownership would go with that in a heartbeat.
Has somebody that might be taking some notes to make a motion?
Mayor,
I like the verbiage, emergency services cross
access agreement.
Cross access agreement if property is sold.
Subdivided or sold. It'd have to be subdivided to be sold.
It's single parcel right now?
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay.
Drew?
If I may, just as a city planner, I don't think selling or non-selling should be a hinge point. It's either needed or it's not. I understand what you're trying to do, protect, but I don't want to put that on there because that's not a good hinge point for me. Because it makes it, if they sell it, then they have to do it. If we don't sell it, then we don't have to do it. I don't.
So Drew, we appreciate you've done a lot of these, and it's your department that was the primary reviewer of this. Yeah. So if we're talking about emergency services cross access, you've heard the discussion. Yeah. What is the trigger then, in your opinion? What would the trigger be?
I think we look at whatever the proposal is, but they need to have it on the record that there could possibly a high probability that might be needed to be punched through.
Determining the use of the phase 2. And looked at that time.
Because your building may end up in a place and it may be perfect to do it right where I drew it. And it may just work out. In fact, it might help your One Health. You may be limited if they get so successful and this other one isn't. If people can't get over there, That's going to hinder, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm just
absolutely.
trying to give you all options, and I think that's why we ought to just
If,
wait for the
if,
design
if deemed necessary at phase two.
at phase two.
The
that we-
parcels
How do you,
could-
how you
That
feel
you're just
about
aware of
that?
that.
Yeah.
That's fine by me. I mean, if
Yeah,
it were,
I like that.
me, if this was my project, I'd probably just put it in right there, contemplating it. But, again, I think that'd be fine to just put it on there.
Good comments, good discussion. Council, similar ready to make a motion.
Mayor, I can make a motion. I just want clarification from Thad. If, in my mind, in making this motion, it seems like the person that should make this determination is the expert best qualified to make it, and that'd be a traffic engineer. Is it appropriate to indicate that if a traffic engineer determines the need for it, then it would be required?
Sure. I do think that outsources the decision to someone that's not on the council, and staff's okay with that. But yeah, essentially you're saying we'll let somebody that's an expert in the field decide whether that's
Right.
needed or not.
So
That seems more equitable for the applicant as well.
So Councilman Ivy, that rather than, I mean, if it's a staff decision, then it doesn't cost the applicant anything. But if they got to go hire a traffic engineer, because we said, now you got to go hire a traffic engineer, now they're spending money. And the cost to actually put it in is pennies, right? It's really not going to be much money. It'll cost less money to put it in than it would be to hire the traffic engineer.
I'm comfortable with even with if staff were to make that decision. We have engineers.
This guy right here on the front row, and he's gonna know at phase two if it needs a second.
Well, I just don't want it to be arbitrary. It needs to be decided by experts that determine whether it's actually needed or not. And so to me, I'm very comfortable with staff making that decision, although I think that if you were hiring an engineering firm to do phase two, they could incorporate that work as far as another access at that point, and it wouldn't be a great expense, but I do understand it would create greater expense. So,
John, do you want to touch on that before Councilman makes a motion?
It's really more an issue of the fire department.
That's where I was.
So
gonna
that
go
would
with.
be a Chief Evans.
If you wanted to look at it phase two, it would come down to a determination by fire code in regards to whether or not they need the emergency access between the two, and let it fall in regards to fire code.
So staff's probably fine. I think that gives a little bit of broad discretion, includes fire chief, includes public works. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
Go ahead with your motion,
I'm comfortable
Councilman.
with that. Mayor, I make a motion to approve a revised conditional use permit C-22-17 for a medical office building located at 659 North Brio Parkway. The applicant is Hughes General Contractors, with the addition of one additional condition that would read that at the time of phase two, if it was determined by the cross-access management or fire code that a additional egress was needed, that it would be incorporated into the plan and built.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Ivy. We've got a second by Councilman Belliston. This is a conditional use permit, so let's go roll call. Henderson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston. It's approved unanimously. Will you do us a favor?
Yeah,
When you're ready to break ground, let us know.
absolutely.
When you're ready to cut the ribbon, let us know.
Okay.
We want you to just add to the success of the #1 small city in America to start a business
All right.
with this medical clinic. So thank you, and please express to the applicants that we really appreciate their desire to move forward, and that we'll be ready to work with them.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your comments and considerations.
Congratulations. Item 7 is an ordinance. Item 7A, Councilman Belliston, you asked for a moment on this item.
Yeah, real quick. Just for public clarity, I do not conclude that I have a financial conflict here, and I have the utmost respect for the Turners and Matt Liu on this. But I feel for public awareness that it should be known that the entity that's identified in the exhibit in the bottom right corner, Habitat Development, is an organization with which I've been involved in litigation for a while now. I will not use my personal feelings towards my personal feelings towards this application, either for or against. But I think I need to get that one out on the record.
No, I appreciate that being on the record. And for clarification, so you will be participating in the discussion and the vote?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for being on the record with that. Item 7A, item 7 is ordinance. 7A is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-23-14 from RA2 to PUDR and PUDC. I'll just translate a little bit of that for those that don't speak land use. Residential agriculture, 2 acre minimum. Am I right on that? Drew taught me land use years and years ago. To PUD residential, planned unit development residential, and planned unit development commercial. This property, this 95 acres is located at 1075 East Telegraph Street. The applicant is the R.A. Turner LLC. The city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present on this. Before I invite Eldon up, other than the applicant and the family, is there anybody from the public here for this specific item that's not connected to the application? Okay, I will for the record state once again that the public hearing on this took place a week ago during the Plan Commission meeting. Some of us were there, the others have watched it online, so we did receive your very well-spoken public comment, Dick Saunders. Thank you. So at this time, I'm not looking to ask for any additional public comment because nobody here is the applicant. So Eldon, if you'll come forward and present, and then I will give the applicant or the applicant's representative time to be in front of the council. Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The zone change request is for the purpose of developing the 95.43 acres into a residential and commercial development. The residential component of the development is approximately 81 acres, leaving 14 acres to commercial development. The majority of the commercial development is adjacent to Telegraph, leaving approximately 4 acres on the corner of Bullock Street and 1100 East. The applicant will be required and fully understands that they will have to bring the specific design and use plan back before city for approval prior to building out the project. And again, I just want to reiterate that this request before us tonight is only for the zoning approval. This particular location has a general plan land use designation of community commercial, medium density, low density, high density, and planned unit development. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is planned unit development residential to the north, PUDR and R3 to the east, C2 to the south, and R18 and R115 to the west. Staff has no concern with proposed zone change as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 3rd, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-23-14 for the zone change request from the current zone of RA2 to the proposed PUD and PUDC zoning designations based on the following findings and conditions as seen in the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, questions for city planner?
I was just going to say, this is kind of a big deal because the turf farm has been an iconic part of Washington for a long, long time. So I'm excited for the Turner family and for, you know, what's to come on their property.
So I got a couple of questions, and then I got a couple of questions if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
go ahead. And then we'll invite the applicant up after. Go ahead, Councilman.
In light of the conversation with, that we had in workshop with zoning and all of that, no issues there. We're not going to have that stripped away from us for any sort of preliminary plating or design or anything else. This gets the zoning, but it doesn't fully entitle the zoning until all the submittals come forward, right?
Drew.
Right. This just gives you the base to proceed as a PUD. So you won't be deciding at their future one if you're going to even go PUD. You know what it already is. You're just looking at the design and the use in those particular areas at the next stage. Yeah, but still would be back to you seeing the nuts and bolts,
And for the applicants, I guess, for you guys, it's because the state's changing the code, which ties our hands a little bit. And I just want to make sure that it's still going to come back in that order.
Yeah, but not the subdivisions that will take place, but the zoning, that the state, won't kick you out of any of that.
The master planning is going to include layouts and design and direction for the subdivision. It just won't, we just won't see the preliminary plat of the
Right.
actual
Yeah, you won't see
subdivision.
the actual like Mylar taking it to the county to put it down as these lots, but you'll see where they're laid out, how it's all laid out, streets, the lot sizes, the townhomes, the whatever else they put in there. You'll see all that in the PUD.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Dad.
All assuming that the council passes the code change.
Have we voted already? Council, further questions for the city planner?
Can I ask a question? Would there be any advantage at all to just doing it all PUD without the R and the C at this point until we get more specific plans and designs and things like that? Would that give either the applicant or the city a little flexibility?
Well, to be honest with you, you kind of are doing that right now. They just have pinpointed where they want it to be commercial. That helps you in one extra step, because sometimes it'll come back. I'm just going to give you a scenario, right? Someone could bring just PUD plain on there, and then you're going to say, well, I don't know where the commercial's going. I don't know where, so I don't feel comfortable, right? And that's a valid question. I think them bringing it to you like this, they've thought it over and molded over, and they're very comfortable with this. I'm more comfortable seeing it this way. Okay. If that helps you. I think this helps them as well know where they're at. They've got their perimeters. Now, we did tell them if that ends up, that 10 acres being 10.58, we're probably not going to get into the weeds about that, saying
or 20
this. Or if they went so much, but I told them I'm not going to, even if it ended up being, because that red line, let me find it right here. Let's say because they had somebody come to them that needed to move that. If it ended up being over here in the middle of this arrow, Ted, I don't think we're going to have an issue with that. Okay. But if it's way over, here, we'll be happy, but I think then I would run them. But then again, they're going through a zone change anyway at that time. So I'm not really even, I've said it even last week at the Planning Commission, I wouldn't be even problematic with it, because the process that they have to go through for the use and design and all that is a zone change in itself. So
the other project that was done over north of where I live, that one, when it came back to the council felt like they got kind of a bait and switch, right? And it was done similar to this, though, with a certain amount of commercial and a certain amount of residential. And the pitch was, well, the residential is going to be a little bit smaller, commercial is going to be a little bit bigger, and it was flip flop by the time it came back. So I just want to avoid.
And I think your initial comments were well taken, that the design's going to come back and the details are going to come back. Okay. I think their order of questioning was good in that regard. Yeah. Council, further questions or comments with staff, discussion amongst the council before I invite the applicant forward? And I know Matt's taking notes with some of the things that have been brought up. Seeing none. Thank you, Eldon. Thank you, Drew. Invite the applicant's representative to come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Matt Liu, Mayor, council members, staff.
We're going to have to get a taller mic. I mean, it's just not quite working for a big guy like you.
I have the opportunity to work with the Turner family, and it's been awesome. Great piece of property. Obviously, we drove by it again this evening on Sunset and the whole views. So we're pretty excited to move forward and do something pretty unique and pretty special here. We feel, again, the Turner family, there's 9 siblings and all family members. They all live right over there. So at the end of the day, really as a high level comment, it has to be something that they're proud of. It has to be something that they can put their family name on. So saying that, they're not going anywhere. They're going to make sure that what they do there fits. We've had great working relationships with staff to get us to this point. Been a great guide on how we should proceed and how we should present with Drew and his staff, as well as with the other planning and development individuals. We know the boundaries that we can work in as far as what the general plan says. We don't see ourselves doing anything outside of the general plan. We feel comfortable right now with what is proposed for several different reasons on the commercial. We also understand and have heard that there are some opportunities there to possibly relocate the post office. Hence the 4-acre parcel there on a future connection corner of Bullock is kind of why that's carved out the way it is. We also have heard during the planning commission on some of the folks and maybe some of the responses or letters that you've had on additional commercial. We feel okay and pretty comfortable with the 10-acre commercial being where it's at. There's been some comments on, hey, what about an anchor grocery store? We see that there's many opportunities for that to happen, potentially on exit 13 and the commercial area there that has great space and great location. We see this as a boutique commercial retail on those 10 acres, barbershop, ice cream parlor, maybe some medical, dental office, eye office, something where the community in the immediate area can walk to and get those specific services from. So we kind of see that as a concept that we're playing with on the 10-acre commercial site. Like everything else, times are changing, hence the Turner Turf Farm, because of now restrictions with water and maybe regulating your turf on your yard, they're moving to their next, generation of developing their property. And that's kind of why we're here tonight. So welcome to field or address or have a great discussion on any questions that you may have.
Council, go ahead, Councilman Belson.
Since I already brought it up, before this started, Habitat, per our discussion, is there's no contracts with them. There's no financial ties with them. They're not part of the project. So it's really a non-issue unless it moves forward with them. And then I'll have to, I guess keep bringing that one up if that goes that way. But on commercial, for me, 10 seems a little bit small. Because if you look at sizing us a grocery is 10 by itself. So if you want to do a grocery with a couple of stores and out parcels and maybe a little bank or something, then you got to be 20 acres.
And good comment, and we had that comment last week in Plan Commission. It's a different configuration compared to the site over there in Santa Clara Ivans, where the Harmons is. There's a Harmons grocery store, there's some restaurants, there's some fast foods, there's a bank. That square footage, if I'm correct, if I remember looking at it, is about 10 acres. Maybe a little bit more, but not quite, not bigger than about 10 acres. So I get exactly what you're saying. But I think, again, at the end of the day, if we need to expand a little bit to attract a good vendor, a good store, a good service, then I think the family is open to that, similar to what Drew mentioned, if we need to kind of flex it out. I just think that with everything commercial and the challenge of securing commercial, right now, family feel comfortable with the 10 acres because we don't know, who we're going to bring in and who would be attracted to that area. So I think right now, if we can build something, hopefully build it that will come, that'll be nice, but we're not sure.
Sometimes I think something a little bit too small is more detrimental to trying to get somebody there than having something a little big that then you kind of fill in from the backside later, right? It's easier to go, if it's a little bit bigger, to say, you know what, we don't need that much. Let's expand whatever residential into it. That's easier than going the opposite direction if you filled in.
We don't envision anything going smaller than what is being proposed as far as that commercial site. And some of the tricky things that we need to navigate through as far as planning, from my understanding, we will be only granted one access off Telegraph.
But you'll have access off 1100.
True,
So
going through
one access
residential.
off a Telegraph is being as how it's that shallow. Makes it tough. I'd rather see it deeper and half that distance if that was the case.
Like a little, like half of it's kind of squared out.
No, it's just, to me, a 10-acre parcel that's fairly shallow where you got one access is kind of like over on Red Cliffs Drive where Vision is, and there was the Iron Door store. It's just kind of a long strip. You got it. Just doesn't have the kind of character that it could if it was a little bit deeper and a little bit more open.
Yeah, no, we, again, appreciate those comments, and we like those thoughts. Again, at the end of the day, it has to fit.
If it's a PUD, right, you're pretty much given 10 acres of zoning and then the other acreage of residential, and move the lines where you need to when you bring in the actual design.
Correct. And the tricky thing again about that, we could, obviously, we will get access from the residential pieces, but again, you're gonna drive through a residential to get to a commercial, but then, again, that's something that can be worked through as well.
So Matt, where this is Turner property for a long time, this isn't something that's new to them and the family. They have worked hard on this to try to determine what they're comfortable with. And would you just kind of talk about what your process or your thoughts were for the 10 acres and the rest? I mean, I understand that, you know, it's a little precarious with commercial. You don't know who's coming in. But there's obviously a method to this and a process that you're trying to follow. You're looking, you know, if a grocery store were to come in, then I hope that the motion that we make tonight can reflect the fact that, or future entitlements, that we can actually make things a little bigger if we need to accommodate like a grocery store. So if that were to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
But just kind of share, when you talk about that, you're looking at like some neighborhood commercial type entitlements. Like
Correct.
some process for people to walk and to be able to enjoy some foot traffic there and things like that.
Absolutely. And that's, again, that's that whole hope. You know, we've also had some guidance from staff regarding, you know, what the city's doing in the historical downtown area with the architectural features and designs. We're looking at adapting those type of architectural features as part of an extension of, you know, in this part of Telegraph. But like I said, if there is an opportunity where there's an interest, you know, to expand that or move that or massage that in any way to attract or to secure a good solid, I'm calling it an anchor, we're positive that we're able to do that and adjust and adapt.
Matt, if this council approves the application tonight, what does that mean for you and the applicant that you're working with in terms of what are your next steps? Where does this surety, what does it allow you to do? And then what's kind of your timeline on things?
Okay. Great question. Our next steps is to come in with a full master plan showing what the entire 95 acres will look like with its proposed zones and uses and densities. And then some conceptual ideas on pictures of what the elevations might look like. Probably some pieces of the master plan booklet that will come from your current code, so that we know from day one that this is our proposal, which fits the current code. So we're not looking at asking for anything outside of your current code.
Sure.
But I think our next process is, we feel like it's obviously going to be kind of a slower process, I think. And we feel like we're going to go.
Is it fair to say, because this is still a working farm?
Correct.
It's still a family business.
Correct.
Right?
There are still several family members that are making a living still from the working farm. So our proposal would be coming probably, I'm gonna call it, might be wrong, from the north side of it and work our way down towards the Telegraph. So from I-15 towards Telegraph. And that will be kind of how we envision rolling out the various phases. And however long each phase takes to develop and move, then we'll move to the next phase and bring those phases as we accomplish what we need to accomplish in, for example, phase one.
So do you envision kind of bringing the council a general plan for the entire property before you start work on each individual phase?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. We may, you know, depends on how we feel and how staff, because obviously everything goes through staff first before it gets here. You know, we may try and do the overall master plan and submit some concepts on phase one and see if that, you know, rings, you know, any bells. Or we may just come in and do the master plan first and then come back with phase one thereafter, then 2 and 3 and so on.
So you mentioned that you're aware of the general land use map, and so you kind of plan having low density, there's some medium density in there. Do you kind of plan to follow what is allocated now for that?
Yes, and again, working closely with staff on how we should do that and how we should affect our neighbors. You know, because you've got like R1, R15 on one side, 8s on the other side. So we're looking at feathering a zoning from use to use to get towards 1100. If we are looking at doing a medium high density product, which might be our highest density product, we will do that probably on the 1100 or propose that on the 1100. I don't see us doing anything high density, you know, and falling into those gaps as far as units. But again, we'll work closely with staff on how that looks like and making sure it makes sense before it gets to you.
Do you envision some of the properties being for rent and some being for purchase on the
Yes.
residential side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So some of those single family home lots and some initial, where there's residential homes, single family residential homes, we believe that most of, if not all of those areas will be single family for sale lots for families. And then there'll be parcels for rent that the owners, the Turners will own as part of some type of an agreement with whoever, whether themselves or they may joint venture with someone else.
So Matt, while you're up there, maybe this question for Drew or for Thad. In the briefing document, it says, it uses the specific word approximately 81 acres, approximately 14 acres. Now, this isn't an entitlement document, but that gives kind of a direction. If they were to come back and adjust those numbers, at what point does that become a problem, or does it? That's more for my own information, because I think that they need the flexibility to be able to make those changes without a lot of burden on them.
The reason it's approximate is they haven't actually, this is just an acronym label. There's nothing else that they're doing. And so, yeah, this would allow.
So the word approximately means that we don't know the exact hundredths and thousandths of the acre, but it's not saying that within 10 to 20 or acres, it's more just.
Does anybody know a good land surveyor?
It reflects everything about this. So our PUD ordinance asks for 19 different categories of details and information and gives them an option to not do that and just do kind of a labeling. So this is not getting down to the precise acre or half acre or precise use. It's just saying, generally speaking, you've got an acronym and you got to come back to us for all the other 19.
And this is just zoning right now, but I just wanted to make sure that
And the next stage is still zoning. They have a lot of the zoning still remaining to be done, right? And so this is just the label portion of the zoning. They may never satisfy this council when they bring the other 18 points, and that makes this label kind of useless until they do, right?
But this
yeah,
zoning entitlement, there's still a lot of room to move within it.
This gives them a high level label. They can do a zone change. They can choose to change their zone and come back and change that again, right? But if they wish to move forward with this, they've got a lot of details that still remain.
Right.
And it's like what I was explaining to the commissioners last week, is that this is a big hurdle for them. Instead of going out and getting all that design that they've talked about doing without even knowing they're going to get the PUD approval, that's where I kind of like allowing them to come and get the PUD, then come back with your design, right? So they're not having to put so much money up front, which is what we've always tried to do, is help where we can as a city. And I think it's a perfect example of that. If this gets passed tonight, they have their PUD zoning, they have their commercial and their residential. Now they can go sharpen the pencils, get the colors out, make all the, invest the money in the design.
Well, and it's like I
and bring
said,
it to
Drew,
you.
it gives the applicant some assurances to be able to move forward with that investment. I like it. I like the direction it's going. I think there's some details to be worked out. What additional questions do you have for Matt, or discussion do you have amongst yourselves?
Just statement, I guess. Typically, it'd be nice to see some high level at this stage, but I understand. I pushed for it, when I was on, right? Let them get PUD so they know that they can at least move forward and spend the money. So, so I can appreciate that.
I might just ask a final question before I turn to the council for a vote. Certainly, the current use of the property is livelihood use. It's generational livelihood, and that livelihood is provided by water that grows the grass there. I mean, as things transition to new uses and to new things that provide for livelihood,
can you speak to the intention of the applicant, if they would be willing to work with the city and or the Washington County Water Conservancy District to when appropriate and in, you know, full value consideration, be willing to transition those water rights? That'd be something that never would press, but as appropriate as the use changes, that certainly that's a burden to provide water that we as a city have. And when it's there, that'll just be something that I'd be very grateful for the applicant to you know, to begin on a high level to coordinate with staff. Can you just speak to water and your understanding of that?
Yeah, great question, Mayor. Appreciate that. You know, I think obviously the thought is there's value in water here
Sure.
in southern Utah. The Turner family has several acre feet of ownership of water. They've got a pretty major spring that puts out some pretty good volumes of great water. They've got several other little springs that kind of feeds into the major spring. We also are toying with the idea of potentially using the one major spring as an amenity, you know, as a park amenity, as a fishing amenity. That's like a future type of a scenario. Saying that, we also recognize that with water comes cost, and with water comes value. I believe that the family would be comfortable in several maybe different scenarios, different options, working through the city to the district, because we understand the district's role. But at the end of the day, we can go through this probably several different ways, and we think all those options are open for discussion. We can go through it where we can do it incrementally, where as we take down and develop the acres, whatever acre feet of water that they may own may be bought at the current value of that water. And as we develop those acreages, we buy down those lots. So by the time the development's done, then the acres of water will be, you know, in its proper, you know, place, and the family will be able to either gain from the financial value of those assets, or potentially, go check with the city manager, maybe credits on impact fees.
Sure.
Because that's, again, an expense and a cost. You know, really at the end of the day, if I were to make just a general statement, like everything else, we just want, when it comes to their water, we just want to make sure that at the end of the day, it's a fair and equitable value to them, as well as the overall community.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
I really appreciate that response. And I think that's absolutely fair. And I think that's what the city would hope for is on fair value and compensation on terms, on timetable, as works best for the family, for the farm. I just really appreciate that, because that's a burden that, you know, the cities are burdened with providing water for development, and where the use is changing from ag to residential, primarily with commercial, and it has the ability to be self-sustaining. We would really appreciate that as part of this approval process to know that at some point that water can go to provide for the new uses, as it has for the historical uses. And so, but in every way there is compensation, there is value, and there, you know, on purchase, on lease, on a number of things. So thank you. Councilman Ellison, I rambled. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It seemed to me that there was already some requirements through the water district, that as things get developed and water rights come up, that there is already a mechanism in place. Or am I up in the night? I thought that was already
not necessarily,
that was in statute, right? But
when the time is right, I would be more than happy to sit down with you and any of the applicants who would like to, and Zach with the water district, and discuss options there.
That'd be awesome.
But I think that's a discussion for a future time, and I really appreciate your response to my question.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Oh, attorney?
I was just going to speak to Councilman Belliston's question real quick. So the Utah Constitution identifies all water as assets of the state of Utah. The state of Utah has built a system where individual users may file applications and obtain rights to use those flows of water. There's a Utah Constitution provision that says once a government obtains ownership of a water right, they cannot convey it except between or among themselves. For example, Washington City could lawfully convey a water right to the water district, but we couldn't sell a water right to a private land developer, for example. And so a lot of the framework is built for the government to have and to own and to keep water rights. But there is not currently any legal provision that requires that private owner applicants convey that water in order to be able to develop land. Sure. That's probably coming. There's a lot of times that conveyance happens because of negotiation and discussion between the government and the applicant and some of the things that were mentioned tonight, whether it be credits or other value propositions. But we currently don't have a law that we can say, hey, look, you have to give this to us.
Right, understand.
Appreciate that clarity.
Good conversation. Council, any additional questions, discussion? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Just one short point before we make a motion. That intersection on the north side of, I guess, the Mall Drive underpass, where you got the radiuses coming into the stoplights, has always just been screwy to me. So the radius here, where you got Bullock Street coming in, I would just like to see that pushed maybe a little bit to the west, where the bend is, so you had a little bit of a straight stack right there, but of course, that's all gonna come in design.
Yeah, it'll come in design. And I think when we come with design, I think you'll see that it probably looks pretty cool. Sorry if I were to say so myself. But again, it's a city road. It'll be built city spec, whatever the length, the width of the city's gonna be. But it'll be clear as the master plan comes in and how that road will tie into the both ends, because again, both ends start in different points. So it'll make sense once the whole picture comes in.
Who's ready to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-2314 from RA2 to PUDR and PUDC located at 1075 East Telegraph Street.
You've heard the motion by Councilwoman Casperson.
Mayor, I can second that.
We have a second by Councilman Ivy. Let's go roll call on this ordinance. Ivy? Aye. Casperson?
Aye.
Belliston?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
That ordinance is approved unanimously, and we look forward to seeing you back.
Thank you.
With the details.
It'll be fun.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here tonight. You're welcome to stay for the master fee schedule discussion, but I think you might have better things to do. Next item on our agenda is under the heading of resolutions. In times past, you'll recall that we did a resolution annually for service on the Washington County Special Services District, which is where Councilman Coates currently serves and chairs, and for the much coveted mosquito abatement assignment, which comes with a lot of swag. Yes. But last year, the recorder in her wisdom drafted those ordinances so that they stay in effect until explicitly changed. So we do not have to reappoint Councilman Coates to chair the Special Service District or Councilman Henderson to serve on the Mosquito Abatement Committee. That said, we do have a couple of other resolutions to work on. So 8A is consideration to approve a resolution amending the master fee schedule. We do this typically annually. City Recorder Tara Pence, would you come forward and report to the council on the master fee schedule?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as you said, several years ago, we adopted a master fee schedule in order to have all of our city fees in one place and make that available on our website for the citizens. With that, various departments have to make minor adjustments to their fees with facility changes or charges, and as well as our pass-through fees. We decided it was easier to approve the master fee schedule once a year rather than every single time we have a change, bring back a new resolution. This makes it cleaner for our records and to track stuff. So with that, in your packet, you'll see we have the exhibits of everything that was made a change this year. A couple of them, the one for cemetery was just one we missed when we did our new cemetery ordinance. But for the most part, they're just some slight adjustments with the other departments. And if you have any questions on those, I do know that a couple of them are developed. They are available for questions, but the last one, that's a pass-through fee that we don't have any ability to change on the garbage fees.
Thank you, Tara.
Yep.
Council, what questions do you have for the city recorder?
Just out of curiosity, are you guys seeing more cremation internments? It kind of seems like that's the direction that things are going.
We are seeing a lot more, and because we have the ability now to put more cremations in a plot, when we changed our ordinance, we allowed for those to be split. People are utilizing that a lot more, which is saving our space as well. So I think that they can put up to 3 in a plot now, where before they could only do 1.
Now, in some cemeteries that I've seen, mostly in larger cities, sometimes they have like a building that have all those little drawers, I can't remember what they're called.
The
Have we ever?
columbarium.
What is it called?
Columbarium. We have one.
Oh, we have one? Oh, okay. All right.
It's a little bit more, maybe a modern idea. We do have some people utilize it. It's just not quite as popular
Okay.
as the traditional burial.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Tara.
Thank you.
You see the master fee schedule in your exhibit. We do have staff here in attendance tonight. If you have specific questions, certainly they've done their due diligence and are not immune to the environment we're in, but ultimately this is your duty to set this master fee schedule. Council, do you have comments, discussion, questions, or are you comfortable with what's been presented and recommended by staff?
Mayor, I'm comfortable to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I move that we approve a resolution amending the master fee schedule as presented by Tara.
We have a motion by Councilman Henderson. Would someone like to second that motion?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Ivy. It's a resolution. I feel like we should go roll call again. We'll start with Casperson,
Aye.
Belliston,
Nay.
Henderson,
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
The updated master fee schedule is approved 3-1. We'll move forward on item 8B. This is consideration to approve the appointment to the Employees Appeals Board. I'm sure you've recognized why, but we'll let Jeremy do the honor of explaining to you.
I hope this is the quickest item of the night. We had an employee who left our employment to go move out of state, and so we'd like to replace him with Jake Bennett as one of the members of the Employee Appeals Board. This isn't a board that gets used that often, but it's nice to keep it updated. So that is the only change to our previous appeals board.
Great. Someone like to make a motion, or would you like to discuss this in further?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve. Oh, heck, no, I don't have it in front of me. Hang on. The appointment of the Employee Appeals Board.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston. Someone like to second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's go roll call. Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Welcome back. Coates.
I will not vote on this.
We'll wait one more time. Let him hear it. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
The appointment to the Employee Appeals Board is approved unanimously. I'll move on to item 9, which is annual council business. Item 9A is consideration to approve the 2024 annual meeting schedule. You have it in front of you. You have it in your packet. Other than adding public forums, it's consistent with how we've done it for most of the last 2 years. Any discussion on this? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
The only comment I had when reviewing it was, should we make sure we have the double meeting in at least November? Because we always seem to get so much stuff when only doing one meeting in November, December, when it lands on Thanksgiving and just potentially.
Yes, so if you're okay with this, as we approach the first meeting in December and we kind of consider the volume, we may look to a third Wednesday or a third Tuesday or Thursday. That's that third week in November as needed.
Yeah.
Is that comfortable? We
I'm
just
good.
play it by ear?
I just want to bring it out that, I mean,
it's a good
last
point.
December, it just seemed like everyone crams all their stuff in and then we end up having a special meeting anyway. So we might as well just plan on one and move forward.
It was an election year, so.
Well, I'm just saying it has happened every year I've been on council for the last 4 years.
No, I think that's good. If you don't mind, as we see the volume, we can coordinate on that. Council, you comfortable with that? Councilman Coates, let's get you back in the saddle. You want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve the schedule for the next following year.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The annual meeting schedule is approved. Item 9B is consideration to approve the 2024 council member assignments, which are made by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. Other than with our welcoming our new council member, most of Councilman Martinson's assignments transitioned to Councilman Belliston. I couldn't say no to Councilwoman Casperson in her request to have the Interfaith Council, and there was another other little horse trading over here. But you've seen the assignments, and really not much change, and you're all doing a pretty good job. Any discussion on that recommendation for appointment?
Thing, Mayor, is for Washington Chamber in December, they voted me as a voting member of the board. And at the same time, they said, well, if we're going to have a voting member of the board who's also a councilman, we don't need, for at least a period of time, we don't need that ex parte position. That was done last month. I was one of the first members of Washington Chamber back when it first came back around. And so I'm already on their board.
This is news to me. It's good to know that now. I think at this point, I'd like to move forward with presented, and then if at some point we feel like we need to make another change, I have made a few changes at times, but I recognize that, Councilman Belliston, and I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It's, the chamber president's Richard Monk, so.
Good man, yep. And we love the battle of the badges that he does, although I think they're going to take it to Hurricane next year since they won all at least part of the chili cook-off this last year.
Well, then it'll be a sweet victory when we win it.
We'll bring it back, that's for sure. Council would like to make the motion to approve
Mayor,
this.
just a comment, if you don't
Go
mind. So in relation to the Washington Area Chamber and St. George Area Chamber, so the way I see that assignment is that it's more me being a liaison for the city to the chamber. So that's the way I will proceed with that assignment.
Fair enough. Duly noted. I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve the 2024 council member assignments.
Even though I'm a little bit disappointed that I wasn't able to get the shade tree from Council Henderson, I will go ahead and approve the assignments for the 2024 council member assignments.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Castro, but I can't let a good point of order go. He's got to be the favorite. Not only does he get shade tree, but he also gets mosquito abatement.
Yeah,
Jealousy. Jealousy.
You guys can have solid
You
waste.
just keep playing your cards right. Do you want to second that motion?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
2024 assignments are approved unanimously. Item 9C, this is consideration to confirm the appointment of the 2024 Mayor Pro Tem. Council, it's my recommendation that Councilman Ivy continue to serve in that role as Mayor Pro Tem. I'm happy to entertain a motion to that effect unless there's discussion to be had on that.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson,
I'll second it.
second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved unanimously. Item 10, our workshop continuations. 10A, we did finish in the work session, which was a little bit of a pushback on the state's requirements to update our subdivision ordinance. And item 10B, Public Works Director Blake Fonsbeck gave us a really good update on where we've been with our water capital facilities plan analysis rate and study. Talked about 2 or 3 goals that he hoped to get out of this conversation. This time, Blake, I'll invite you to come back forward, reset the table, and introduce the engineer with Sunrise who will be presenting on this. Just while he's setting that up, does anybody else need a recess? Should we take just a couple minute recess or? Okay, well, let's just take a couple minute recess. Back in 5. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's on. Let's see.
Hmm?
Oh, there we go. I just needed to turn it on. I must have, when I was carrying it up, pushed the button off. I'm like, I have it already. What? Okay. Okay, well, he's turned that off, so how am I gonna see that? Okay, which one do I do? Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, I see it. The stretch.
All right, we'll get started here again. Keep keeping on.
Okay. You want to wait for more to come?
This is
All right. Said get started, but then everybody's leaving.
Yeah, too much, no, I'm good, thank you, man.
Oh, I could do that. I could totally do that.
okay. It's been 5 minutes. Take it away, Blake. This is a continuation of the workshop discussion on water capital facilities plan analysis and rate study.
Okay, so we gave you kind of a overview at first of what we're trying to accomplish here, and how important the water rates are to our viability, and then also the impact fees. So basically, this is the same slide presentation, but has updated the numbers and those things from our methodology that we've gone with. And so we wanted to, as I go through these, I may not spend very much time on some of the slides because I feel like we've covered and you understand that very well. We just kind of wanted to highlight a few things as we go through. Then if you want to go back and ask questions, we can go back and forth. I have Dustin Schaefer here with Sunrise Engineering, and then we've got Lester Dalton here. Oh, there you are. Okay, here as well. And so at various points, I would love to say I'm an expert on everything, but I would rather say that I have experts that can help with that. So I'll do what I can, and then if there's something I need to pull them up on, then we'll do that as well.
Well, we appreciate that, Blake. And I know for me personally, I think I speak for the entire council. We're grateful to have your expertise on all these fronts, and we're also grateful that you're the one presenting on this tonight. I think it's an important discussion. And so for you as Public Works Director to present means a lot to us. Yeah, so go ahead.
One more little thing before I say, I just want to say that this is a common thing in the sense that when a 30% rate was proposed, there's been other cities I've worked at, it's very common that somebody said, you know what, let's not raise the rates this year, let's not raise them next year, and then it doesn't happen for quite a few years. So that's great, but then on the other side of it, it puts you into a bind.
A deficit situation.
A deficit situation where, and we've had the combination of that where we haven't actually raised rates since 2014. And then we have that combination along with a huge section of inflation that's happened just over the last couple of years that has pushed not only projects costs up, but just operational costs as well. So keep those things in mind, that this is something that has happened. But on the other side, we listened to the council and said, okay, we've got to come up with a better way to not do a 30% increase at one time. And most cities that I've worked with, while they proposed the big rate increase, have come around to the other side and said, you know what, we need to do it in more incremental. Yeah. And then the philosophy along with that is then to set up not only incremental to get caught up, but then stay with it from there on. And the smaller increases are a lot easier for families to absorb and to be able to adjust to than these large ones. So, right. So we're looking at setting that up and then reviewing that here and there so that we can say, okay, we're actually just a little doing better, so we can adjust here or adjust there as we go along in that. So when you see this and we go through it, that's kind of what the methodology is. The other piece of the methodology is to also, there's some big projects that we have coming up that we just have to do. And with those, we don't have a large enough fund balance to be able to deal with that if we do this easier structure and the things that we're dealing with. So bonding.
Can you repeat that? So you're saying if the rate that the study says should be taken is not taken, then we risk maybe not being able to do some of the capital projects that are necessary without bonding?
Correct, because we would have to use what we have left in our reserve funds And that would empty those out to the point where we wouldn't be able to do some of the future things that we need. So it could hinder that. And our biggest projects that we have coming up are things with dealing with storage. I
Tanks.
mentioned earlier that we had a very complicated system. Now, every city will tell you that theirs is the most complicated water system, but this really is. So Washington, #1 in small business, but maybe #1 in complicated water systems as well. So, so it's good to be #1 sometimes.
It's unique. It's not complicated. It's unique.
It is very unique. And as you look at those tanks that we have, they can only serve certain areas. You think, well, the amount of storage that we have, when you see these numbers, they kind of match up, and it doesn't seem like we have as much that we need to catch up with. But the problem is that they're in various locations, and so this tank may not be able to fully serve something over here. So we have to. That's where these are strategically put.
That makes sense.
So anyway, with all of that,
And when we get to that, Blake, when we get to the projects and the tanks, I mean, spend a lot of time going over this. I want to make sure we address why that is when we get to like the exhibit of where those new tanks need to go and new transmission lines.
So this is an update. Originally, it was an update from the 2017 plan. If you kind of look quickly at the growth rate analysis, well, we're growing fast, and you know that. That's not anything new. And with that comes some challenges and monetary as well to be able to expand the system and do what we need to do. And you look at the historical usage, average 4-year average is at 2647. But then if you actually take and look at each of those years, you start to see it jumping up. And then you see between 2021 and 2022, a much larger jump there. So that's something that we're kind of in a unique area where we're moving faster than we can with the rates that we currently have.
Can you go back to the last screen?
Sure.
I think I understand this,
The
but
growth rate one or
no, the next one.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's not 2.6 million. That's 2.6 billion gallons of water annually is our 4-year average.
Yeah.
It's a lot of water that passes through our system.
It is. And that's it's quite a change from where Washington City was 10 years ago, even. So yeah, it is. As you look at our there's the source capacity, and those are things that we have the sources we have, but then the additional water has to come from the Washington County Water Conservancy District. And we're already using some of that source as well, so good share of it. When you look at storage, that's another issue. And you look at this way this is set up is it's just saying, okay, if we did nothing over the next 20 years and kept our existing storage capacity at the same, this is the deficits that we have. So currently, right now, we have just enough here. We got 1.7 million additional storage capacity. But when you look at that spread across, it may not be able to serve some of the areas that we need. And so you can't just take this as a ability to, or you can't take it as a straight across number. It's certain areas will not, you can't get the water there. And so that's something that without additional transmission lines and pumping, or even just elevations, you just can't get it to there. So didn't want to spend much on that last slide, but then this is kind of a list of the recommended improvements based on the storage, and then also distribution that goes along with
I really apologize can you go back to just a couple screens? One more. I'm reading this. I think it's important to point out that within the 10-year period, if we don't take action with storage capacity, we run
we'll almost be 3 million deficit on the
And
storage.
over a 20-year, so there, I think that's important for me to recognize that even though you can't just in, out, and add it up because it's strategic location, it's interesting to me that doing nothing is probably not an option.
And that affects not only just the amount of water comes out of your tap, it also affects our fire flows and things that we're required to provide, and the pressures that we have.
Is that based on the new code that the state gave us for our required storage?
I'm going to refer to, yeah, yes, thanks, Dustin. So if we then get down to these improvements, you see a lot of tanks, and the first 5 are, or the first 4 are in the next 10 years, 10-year plan. Long Valley, that's designed, and we're just getting ready to bid that. The airport, as we do the expansion out to Ara, we need to have, in order to have fire flow and other things out there, we have to come up with more storage out that way. Sunrise Valley is to that's over near the landfill area. Majestic is up on the Washington Dome area on the opposite side of more on the 3650s or the George Washington Boulevard side of the Washington Dome. And so as we get to those ones, those are critical. And that's, again, you look at that and you say, well, we're only 7 million short in 20 years, but those are serving the various areas and providing the fire flow as well. You have to have an amount there to really reach, because we have such a complex terrain. And then the transmission lines are basically to go along with those projects and fit in and get the water. You can't just build a tank, you've got to get it somewhere. So I just wanted, I had this slide, Nessa, just to kind of cement again, if you look at just the costs from 2018 to 2022, pipe $55 a foot in 18, $110 a foot in 2022. You look at those down, and then I think the real kicker is when we talk about all these tanks that we're trying to build, you look at concrete, we built a concrete tank in Red Cliffs, 2 million gallons for $831,000 in 18. And we had a bid for one for the Highlands tank for $858,000 just for a 500. I don't think it's supposed to be kilograms. 500 kilogallons. Sorry, I'm thinking weight all of a sudden. But anyway, so you look at that, and that's quite a huge difference. And we've seen that with a lot of our projects, is that this crossover from 2020 and 2022, the prices have gone way up in that. So I just wanted, that's not just with projects, but also when you see the valves and the air vacs and things like that, that's just our supplies to be able to repair and take care of the current system that we have. Those have all gone up as well. And that, so just something to keep in mind. We're not necessarily doing this completely because we're behind on rates, but we've also had a glitch in time that has really created a big shift and change in where we are with projects. So now if we go quickly, just kind of through, we've kind of gone through this in the past, how the user rate was developed.
Can we stay on the projects and focus on that before we jump into the user rates? Or do you want to go through this first?
They will probably they'll be brought back up again when we get to the impact fees.
Okay.
Will that work for you? Or we can go talk about those if you want. Was there more on the projects that you were?
Well, I just want to talk about the projects when we go into the impact fees discussion. I just assumed that was where we're heading, but it just switched. There are just two things in my mind.
Okay, yeah. So we'll hit the user rates first, and just kind of how we went through that. And again, as I described before, the user rate is 2 components. It's the base rate, and that's just to operate or just to have the system and operate it. And then there's the water fee itself, and then overage fees that are on top of that. So when we talk about, as we go through this, an average user rate for a particular amount of gallons, that's including all those, plus the $1.75 that the Washington County Water Conservancy District also tacked onto that. Okay, that's how I moved, and so I thought maybe there was something I'd messed in that. But if you look at it, base rate currently is 18.17, and then we've got $1.70 per 1,000 gallons on that. And so you get up to our existing rates. When you do the average, it ends up actually being up at around $43 a month for the average that we're currently dealing with. Again, there's the Washington Water Conservancy District that tax on a fee, and that's $1.75, and then it also does go up 10 cents a year as well. That's included into these and worked into this. So we again have to basically create a user rate that builds our fund to be, so that we have the amount that we need to keep operating the system. That rate calculation is based on this formula, fixed cost minus the non-water sales income, and that then divided by the number of ERUs. So as we go through that, you get $22.72 per month is what we've kind of come up with. And don't get this confused with the average when we start talking the average user rate, because this is without water. This is just the system.
So is that 22, is that including the Conservancy District's money?
That includes that in, yeah, yes.
So what is that rate for the Conservancy District currently this year, starting 2024?
It's, doesn't it go up to 1? I'm gonna bring Dustin up on this one.
So there's two rates we're talking about. I'm not sure which. So there's $1.75 per month that each connection pays, and that is included in that 22.
Okay, so go back. It's $1 what?
You go back to the chart, and you'll see on the calculation down that fixed column, it comes to the average rate is $22.72. And included in that is the $1.75.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear, because the base rate we have is $20.97.
Right, if you take that off, just the city's portion of that base rate is $20.97.
Thanks, Dustin. So then we go with the user rate, and so that you can see there, they put together kind of you've got the base rate of 2097, and then an overage rate of 2449. What's that? That's based on average. That's 14,000. I think it's 14,000 per. Yeah, 14,000. Our current average user uses about 14,368. So that $24 that was in the prior slide was based on that overage rate on our current tier that we have, which is listed out. If you go so many gallons, then you pay this much more, and then go over that to the next range. There's several tiers there there's actually quite a few tiers. So
you lost me.
Okay.
A base rate is based on your fixed costs and based on users. But we have an overage rate to the base rate.
The overage rate that's just based on 14,000. If you go back, if they use 12,000, it could be less than 24. It's just based on this, so that you could get a feel for what the average user was dealing with. So if you take a look at this, you've got the proposed rate structure. So from 0 to 12,000, for every 1,000 gallons, they're going to pay $2.01. And then for the next 3,000 or next 2,000 to get up to 14,000 something, they're going to pay $2.21 on top.
I get that as far as a tier structure and all that, but in the user rate philosophy under base rate, it says revenue covers the system's fixed costs, right?
Right.
And then fixed costs are the expenses the system has before producing and delivering any water. So why would there be an overage rate to the base rate for the fixed costs? It's a fixed costs.
Sometimes people call it a usage rate. So it would,
Yeah,
it would
but
be a
that's built
usage
in,
rate.
that's built into the tiered charging, right?
So you want to go back to that chart again, the graph with the calculation?
Because your fixed costs aren't changing.
So your fixed costs are gonna be, yeah, it's the stuff that's not gonna change. You've got a certain number of employees you gotta pay salaries for. You've got
Right.
equipment, or so on, and you may have bond payments or something you've got to pay regardless of whether somebody uses. So that's what's used to calculate the base rate. The variable column on that chart right there, and we clipped it off just because it doesn't show up here, but it is in your plan. But the top line there says total O&M expenses.
Okay.
Those amount to 6.6 million. And that is just the 6.6, sorry, going back. Some of those O&M expenses are fixed, some of those are variable. The variable portion of those O&M expenses is what then goes into the overage rate calculation, which is how much per 1,000 gallons is used, or how much cost per 1,000 gallons. Does that make sense?
No, but I don't want to get hung up on that too bad. If fixed costs are fixed costs,
So
right?
debate-
Variable costs are, I mean, I get it. I'm not seeing anything under a variable cost under O&M expenses. I just see a calculation of total of 11
Yeah, I can see- I can see
11,471.
that. That's confusing. It clipped off, just not fitting on that chart, but, the base rate of $22, the overage rate that's calculated is just an average number. It's 24.
This doesn't match what we have. Because you've got a total of 10,000,006. And I show, I was looking up at the O&M expenses, the 11. Yeah. All right, never mind.
The overage rate of 2447, like Blake's saying, it's what the average over the entire system. I mean, we're not looking at every individual user on this level.
So then who's paying the overage rate and who's paying the base rate?
Everyone pays the base rate
Base
because
rate.
that is just there to have, in the example I used before, that's your car and your insurance. Everything else, the overage is your water. You're paying for the product.
We'll show it here in a second, but like the person that uses 2,000 gallons a month, they're not gonna pay 24 for the overage. They're gonna pay.
So, okay, so what you're calling it an overage rate, I'm calling it a water use rate, or same thing, right? Okay, that's the average of the use if you blended everybody across the city.
Correct.
Okay.
In other cities, they've used terms like they have in their base rate, they say, well, for that base rate, you get this many thousand gallons, and then we'll start billing more. In our situation where we're tight on water, we charge for all of the water. We get charged for all of the water, so we charge for it as well.
So, but the reality is, this overage rate doesn't even exist. Because it's, I mean, that's just an average of what everybody uses. We're not charging that as a separate line item, correct?
Correct. It's based on what their usage is.
In the big picture.
Mine might be $50 and yours might be $10.
Right. Or more likely, you're gonna have a number of people that are gonna be paying $25 a month. Base rate's 22, they're only paying $3 for their usage. And then you've got people that are paying $200 because they're using 80,000 gallons or whatever.
So would it be
It's
better,
just
would it be better to change it, to just change that and say water delivery average?
I think in the tiers that you're gonna get to that. that's
Yeah,
gonna
when we
kinda
get to
cover
the tiers, it kind of talks through that, so.
Okay.
So let's see.
Hey, it could be power rates. I mean, at least there's something a little more confusing.
We're not supposed to
So,
discuss that right now. We're talking water.
Sorry.
with these rate structure, now we have three options that, and this is one of the goals.
So we skipped a couple of slides then.
We talked about, we've got the overall rate structure philosophy. And that's basically one of the things that you've got the overage rate structure and establishes per 1,000 gallon cost. That's kind of what we've talked about. We increase the per 1,000 gallon cost as more water is used. And then with the conservation that we want to do, we incentivize customers to use less water through dollars and through the pocketbook that way.
How?
What's that?
How do you incentivize customers?
So you'll see that as we go into the tiers and show the different tiers, you'll see that as they use more, the rate goes up, and it has various
Hey,
points.
forgive
where
me,
it does
I'm coming into this. The
No,
rest of
you're
the council's
fine.
had this
You're fine.
for a while.
Yeah,
I'm gonna end up asking a lot of questions, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. We should ask those. If you're not sure, then ask away.
Blake, I'm going back to this water rate. What's the point of showing the average? I mean, why
Because
is that beneficial to us?
Because everyone asks, well, what's the average rate? I mean, that's why we're gonna go through the tiers, but when people want to know, people always ask, what am I gonna end up paying? Now, granted, it's not gonna match, but you can compare it. If you have the average before and you have the new average, you can compare and say, okay, over those two averages, this is the percent increase.
And it's
But it's all variable
it's such a
based on how
skewed
much
number.
they use.
It's just a skewed number. And let me give my reasoning. It's a true number, but when you look at an average for an acre lot versus an apartment building, they're just going to skew the numbers, right? Like you have way more density versus that. I'm just saying that I understand we got to have a baseline, and so it's fine. I just think sometimes they're not. Like, I wish we had more data where it was like, hey, if you have a single family home in an R18, this is your average for that, or this is the average for that. But it's probably super complicated. I'm just,
Yeah, that's the biggest issue is when you then present that to people, there's a lot of calculating that you have to do in there. So in order to understand that just a percentage, because that's really what people want to know, how much is mine going to go up percentage wise? It's just for comparison. So there's a way to compare. But you're right, it doesn't match mine, yours, it wouldn't match, it won't match, everybody's, because it's an average, and we know how those work. It takes into account the highs and the lows. So it is in that way. It's just more so to be able to answer that question that people are wanting to know what percentage it's going up, because it would be really hard to calculate what that percentage was based on everybody's, because it'd be spread out quite a bit. It's a good question though.
Can you go
Appreciate
back to
that.
conservation, because I have a couple questions on that slide.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So conservation is critical to local communities. I agree with that, right? But down at the bottom, it says, assuming conservation will occur, new approaches needed to ensure the user rate structure will provide sufficient revenue to operate the system. But that's what your base rate does. Your base rate covers all your fixed costs, right?
It does. And that's what we, so then,
assuming you conserve and use less water, your base rate, your fixed costs are covered, correct? Because you've charged that base rate before we even give you a gallon, we got to make sure our fixed costs are covered.
gonna have to have you answer that one, or Lester, do you want to answer that one? Okay, we'll let him, I might muddle through it, but I'm gonna let him, he's said it to me quite a few times.
Well, theoretically, if people conserved and cut half their water use down, our fixed costs are covered.
Yeah, so the concept behind the fixed cost and the base rate covering that fixed cost, that's based on the fact that we need so many employees, we need so much equipment, we need to have all the stuff that's directly available in order to respond to that system and that operation. Well,
if you continue and all your fixed costs are covered and you never produced any water, pretty soon you need less and less and less. And you're just gonna have this natural attrition that occurs within the department to accommodate that. That fixed cost is based on the fact that you are going to deliver water. We're gonna have to deliver water, and we need to make sure that that water delivery, when we kick into that variable cost and we deliver that water, that every gallon is covered. We need to make sure that the cost to produce that gallon that is above and beyond the fixed cost. And as you continue to produce more and more gallons, there is a little bit of equity to be had from the volume, but your fixed costs actually increase a little bit as your volume increases too. So it's a weird component
I get
you're
that,
trying to put together.
right? But let's say we're conserving, then, here it says we're gonna go to ensure the user rate structure. So that to me is that we're gonna charge into the water side, not the base side, right?
Correct.
And as you're saying, as conservation occurs and you're using less and less, that means we need less. Your profit margin, so to speak, on your base rate goes up, right? Because your costs would actually go down. And so.
But your expenses also go up as well.
On the water.
Yeah, on your capability of delivering the water. You have additional.
So if we're
demand
using
costs,
less
you have
water,
additional,
then our delivery costs go up. But again, here's why I asked this,
Yeah.
right? We got two sides. We got base rate and user side.
we do.
So if we're going into the user side on what we're charging for water, it seems to me that you would, if the base rate needed to be adjusted, you would adjust the base rate on a periodic schedule or revisit it on a periodic schedule. It's like, I don't know how, it doesn't make sense to me to add that into the user side, the water delivery side, if you're actually creating less load on the system.
And to clarify again, we're not adding any of the base costs into the delivery side. But the base costs, it is a variable cost. And if you look at the spreadsheet and how that's broken down, we've broken it down in percentages as to budget line items, basically. So the variable costs will go up, for example, in equipment maintenance costs. The backhoes, the tires, the stuff that's wearing down, breaking down.
Yeah, but if you're using less demand, you're using less resource. And I'm not trying to get too into the weeds. I'm just trying to separate base costs and
Right.
water costs.
And the variable cost and what we've tried to accomplish here with the tier 1 water, we've tried to accomplish what our intended conservation goal is within that tier 1 structure. And that's the true cost at that tier 1 structure. That's the true cost of water. The cost of water actually increases a little bit. There is a little bit of,
When
there's
you're
a little bit
buying
of
more
benefit.
water, it costs you, they're charging you more because we're using more use, right?
Exactly.
I get that. And I get as we go into those upper tiers, there's gonna be some with that. So I'm just trying to get.
This is what helped me, and maybe it'll help you. And I just realized it looking at this, is when you looked at the fixed cost, I'm gonna just take salaries. 68% is fixed, 32 is variable. So the $20.97 is the fix. So we're not taking 100% of our fixed cost. There's fixed costs and there's variable costs that go a part of buying water. So we're not taking 100% of the fixed cost. So if we did that, I'm assuming that it would be in the $40 or $50 range for their base cost for all the fixed costs. So what they've done is they've taken a percentage of the total cost and allocated it to get down to the $20 for the base fee, and then some of the dollars percentage wise, and it might be on here, but I'd love to see the difference between them, the two cost totals, is that is being added into when they buy the water. So if they're buying less water, we don't have as much money to cover the cost in it. So eventually the base rate might have to go up. Correct. Did I explain that right? Did that make sense, or did I just confuse you more? But this is what helped me, is looking at that.
Apparently I'm easily confused.
Yeah, that one spreadsheet, if you look at it and understand it, and Dustin's here, he can kind of walk you through some of the explanation of that and where the concept comes in.
Okay. I didn't get this. All right.
I would be happy to print you a copy as well if you'd like. I
I'm
can't
go-
look at it on the screen, so.
I know, I read it, but you know, again, I'm asking questions, right?
Okay. Well, and there's a lot of numbers there.
I didn't get it till just barely. Just that's what clicked to me is looking at that percentage. I think it was a great question to ask, Councilman. And I'm surprised we don't have more in our fixed costs because we know what they're gonna be. Like, we know we're gonna have I'm surprised in our salaries, 32% is not already covered in our fixed costs because is all. I don't know why. I'm just asking.
And it's not an exact science. That's kind of a discussion, it's for discussion here. I just want to make a comment that bullet item, it's kind of a broad statement as far as making sure there's sufficient revenue regardless of how the usage occurs. If there's conservation and people use less, if you went back to that slide, it not only did that overage rate come to an average of $24 per connection per month, it also had an average of $2.01 per 1,000 gallons used. In some scenarios in the past, and in other cities that we've seen, sometimes maybe on the lower end, they'll pick a cost per 1,000 gallons of water of less than that amount for maybe the first few thousand. And then the higher usage will pay a higher rate than the $2.01.
See, that was gonna be some questioning I have when we come into the tiers.
Yeah, and so
right.
What the thought is, with staff and discussing this is you're expecting conservation. I mean, that needs to happen. And so make sure that as that's used, that the amount that you're charging per 1,000 gallons covers whatever that is. I don't know if that made any more sense, but I guess the philosophical, when it says a new approach, it's, hey, we're not gonna discount the lower usage and then offset it with the higher. It's right from the get-go, we've got to cover the cost of the water.
So the goal is that everybody in the city would be at tier 1.
Not the goal, but
that is
at the start, for every gallon of water, it's
Right.
at least that.
But it's a
that
true
tier
cost at tier 1, and that's the goal, is to have everybody at tier 1.
Correct.
In a perfect world.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. Don't go too far, Lester.
Okay, we'll let him get comfortable for a second. So this was just to show that our current average usage is around 14,368. City's conservation target is to get to 12,200. That's also that's a state.
I
goal
do,
as well.
I do see your hand. Now I see your hand. I couldn't when Blake was right there. So glad you're here. This is a presentation from Public Works and Engineering to the council. So right now we're not, are you looking for a specific item or is it in regards to this discussion? So yeah, Blake will address that through, and I'm glad you're here, and I know it's a lot to drink in. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Blake.
This is, correct me if I say it wrong, but this is the residential rate that we're basing this on. The other rates are based on larger meters. And so the commercial,
That'd be the
commercial rate isn't higher, it's just because they have a
the
larger meter,
volume
then they'll have a
with the
higher
2
base
inch
rate.
or larger.
Right.
Okay.
Right, as they have a larger meter, then they'll have a higher base rate. And then the usage will still be the same.
So I think he just answered your question there. If you heard, I think, did you hear? Okay.
And this is the 12,200 was also the state's goal by, let's see, what year was that? 2065. Yeah, 2065. So anyway, we're not that far off, which is pretty good. So making some good progress.
You're gonna say something?
Well, and my comment's probably less technical, but it's interesting how in municipal and a distribution system, we're talking gallons here, but oftentimes on the state data and with the district, we're talking acre feet per water.
Mhm.
And with that new lower source sizing standard on new, we're already lower than the 0.59 on new, but it's interesting to see this now in gallons, and even while we're leading out in reducing usage, even while population is growing, our usage is shrinking and if you took that spread, probably 10 to 11%. Lester could tell you exactly, but I find it interesting that the target is still aggressive.
Should have Lester tell you. He told me last night what it was. We're under that for all the city.
What are we, 0.58, Lester, per acre feet?
That's good. You let him get comfortable. That's good.
Told you.
He needed a drink.
At the district's request this year, we actually.
And speaking of that, Mike, you know the routine.
At the district's request this year, we actually put together our numbers exceptionally early, even though they're not due till March. So I've got current numbers as of 2023. Our number of connections last year, calendar year of 2023, we grew by 5.8%.
So we're up 5.8 in connections.
And our overall water consumption for 2023 was down 5.1% from 2022.
10.9% spread.
Our acre foot per unit per ERU last year consumption, and this is based on overall on metered consumption, so it doesn't include any system losses. But on meter consumption, we came in at 0.53 acre feet per ERU.
So I love that because we're doing our part, I guess, as we're moving toward our trend. So I think that's great. And I look at this current average usage, and I mean, it's going to go down. I think it's going to go down because we have tighter density that's just happening naturally with the growth. And we don't have as large a yards and our new landscape ordinance.
And then the turf removal.
Yeah, the turf removal, all those things are helping with our overall usage per ERU. So, I mean, like I said, our target's 12,200 gallons per month, but January, you're not using 12,000. Well, some might, but
right.
Like if you turn off your outdoor irrigation, you should, and it just depends on your usage in your house, but mine, I'm around 7,000 to 7,000 gallons a month in January. But in the summer, I'm way high compared to the 12,000.
Right.
I'll admit it, but I have a larger lot that has a little more grass than historically. I'll admit I wouldn't meet the current court ordinance requirement because I have that larger lot. So I use more grass, but I think sometimes when I look at these usages, does it make sense? And I'm just going to throw it out there because I like to throw and see what happens. If you did it a current usage rate, a target for the season. It's just an idea. You know, summer we have a different versus a winter, and kind of have target and kind of look at those. I don't know if it just adds more data that we need to calculate. I'm just throwing it out there.
So, well, and I think as we progress with our AMI and just the sheer amount of data that we're able to get off of that, I think we're going to find a lot of avenues to be able to make use of that data and be able to kind of lead out in just an overall change of concept and change of the way that we've done things in the past, because we've never had this much resolution to the data. The best that we've ever had is this much in this month. And I think, you know, kind of your concept that you brought up of being able to tie zoning to potential usage and actually get some more resolution to that data, this is the first step to get there. And the one little tidbit of information that you know, you as council members ought to use kind of as a bragging point that just flabbergasted me as we pulled in the data from this year. The one point that everybody always wants to know is, what is our gallon per capita per day consumption? In 2023, we were, and it blew me away, but we hit 176 gallons per day.
Tell them what it was however many years ago. Per gallon.
I've got several.
What was it, 300 and some odd?
We were well over 300.
on our gallon per capita. I believe it was 8 years ago.
And then when you
I
talk
went over
about,
quite a bit of that with
when you talk about seasons, so on the source sizing on acre foot with the new connections that at 0.59, their rate structure is tied to seasonal usage. In fact, you know, Lester was one that put that behind, including, you know, losses from the system, but it's exactly that through your seasons and your usage, and that's basically the rate tier from the on the district side for those on the new 0.59 source sizing.
Yeah, the district surcharge, there's.
And then you can see, and it's basically done into gallons too.
Exactly. And it breaks it out into a bell curve. You have your wintertime surcharges, your summertime surcharges, and your spring and fall time surcharges.
If you exceed the limit.
Right, to kind of reflect that consumption, that yearly consumption bell curve that we see.
How have you come up with the target, the city's conservation target? How did you come up with that number?
That was mandated to us through it was the Division of Drinking Water, and I want to say it was in 2015. They established some conservation goals. We're already ahead of our 2030 goal.
What is the 2030?
Can't remember off the top of my head. But I do know the 2065 goal, that's our end goal. That's the critical component. They want us to be down to the 12.
So why are we trying to reach that so soon before the 2065 when we're making such, great progress in the usage, when the usage is going down? Because I do have some concerns with having an aggressive aggressive rate structure to promote conservation. It seems like that's happening.
The only way that we're going to get there is we can't wait until we're almost there. It's going to take a long time to actually get this huge system that we have. We're well over 14,000 connections. That's just residential connections that we've got to get the mindset to change, because that 12,200 is a pretty aggressive goal. It's not something that we're going to be able to hit in 5 years, 10 years. I mean, even in 15 years, it's going to be a hard goal. As we close in tighter and tighter, we're starting out at the top, and to get some conservation to begin with is pretty easy. But the closer that we get to that goal, the harder it's going to become to get a decimal point at a time here and there somewhere along the way. And we're closing that gap pretty quick. And with the conservation measures that are being taken now, that are being implemented on a county-wide level, that's going to be a pretty big leap in a pretty quick hurry before it slows down again. But it's just going to get progressively slower and slower on trying to close that gap. And we don't want to be late on making our attempts to get there.
So this is kind of just my thing. I mean, as a municipal water or power or whatnot, for me, it's okay to, cover costs, but we're not a Rocky Mountain Power, for example, right? We're not a for-profit entity. So when we start talking aggressive rate structure to promote conservation, the way you do that is penalties and whatnot, and then that does become a profit center, right? So, I mean, we'll talk about this when we get into the user rates, but I always just get a little bit jumpy whenever we start talking that.
I would say at that point, as he talks about, getting those last areas is really difficult, and that's going to take money to do that.
No, I get that.
So that's where you generate the money.
And you're using the cost of the rate, the delivery to get that. But I'll have the other questions, when we get in those other screens.
Okay. Thanks, Lester. So this is one of the things that we're wanting to go away with tonight, is to get kind of a preferred, which tiered structure do you prefer? And so we have 3 options. This one, option 1, has 9 different tiers. It's very similar to what we currently have. It's just has much smaller things. It's not necessarily as popular in the sense of when you are trying to calculate the rates, when you have customers that have questions about the rates, those kind of things, because it has such small little increments, and you have to add those all up. But This would be similar to what we're currently, but you see that the base rate on this is, would be 2097. And then you'd have a 201 and start slowly going up. This is really keeping it basically where we're in the same methodology as we currently have. Option 2 has fewer tiers, and this will then create a little bit more opportunity to promote conservation, because as you use more, you're going to pay more, and it's more noticeable. Has larger thresholds there in between, and so that creates something that you may notice more of them. I know I would see this one a lot more on my water bill than I would the other in that sense. So it's something you could look at. And then the last option is option 3, and this one leans more towards. Well, I should go back. The option 2 is more so in the sense of kind of.
It's more of a linear increase, and tier 3 is more of a ramped increase, right?
Right. Tier 3 ramps up to hit the higher users sooner and then more.
So the challenge in tier 3 that I see is your restaurants, your businesses, things like that, right? So if what we're going to do is go to an increased rate structure, then to me, I'd rather see it more linear than more ramped up. That's more of your aggressive penalty for water use, but I think it inadvertently hits the businesses more so than residences that are gonna be on the lower end of that spectrum, right?
Is Lester's Restaurants really I mean, do they? Because I mean, it's also some of our yard residents as well that use that quite heavily, but with the meters that we have.
Yeah,
we can kind of see.
most of your restaurants and stuff, keep in mind, we're revolving everything around a standard equivalent residential unit. So most of your restaurants and stuff, they're gonna have a similar tier structure, but if you have a larger diameter meter, your base rate is actually gonna be higher. Because we're basing everything on the ERU. The ERU's, that's the majority of our system is a residential unit.
I get that, but these tiers are based on the water delivery, and so their meter, no matter how big it is, still says how many gallons they're using.
Yeah, but they get more gallons at the lower rate because they have a higher ERU component.
So their
There's a
tier structure
multiplier
is
in there.
just structured different.
The meter size, so an ERU in our world is a standard 3/4 inch meter. A restaurant's gonna have a 1 inch meter, an 1.5 inch meter, a 2 inch meter.
Okay, so a 2 inch meter isn't 12,000 gallons on tier 1 and 2.
No, it's gonna be
It's
significantly higher. than that.
80,000 gallons.
Correct. That they'll still be at that lower tier because this is all based on an equivalent residential unit. I could pull up well, you can actually, if you've got a minute, you can actually pull up and look at it right on WashingtonCity.org and utilities. If you go to the fee schedule, you can look at what happens with that bottom tier and how many gallons are associated with it with the larger.
Okay, but we're discussing the residential tiers and the ERU tiers.
Right.
I guess we'll see that as in the future, right?
Yeah, I can pull it up and I can bring it up on the screen and kind of show you a little bit how that works with our current.
I mean, I'm curious what the tier structure is for that 2 inch meter or for the other meters. So, you know, what the tier 1, 2, 3, 4 is.
But is that, we're not dealing with that tonight, right?
The tier structure changes with each meter size.
This whole water master plan affects commercial too, right?
Well, that's the question. So why isn't that threshold in here in the report?
Well, it is, but it's the ERU equivalency. So in the report, you can see the ERU equivalency.
It would be helpful to know what that is when you get into the bigger
I can pull that up as Blake's going through this and we can throw it up on the screen. I can show you.
So I got another question. The goal is to be tier 1, and tier 1 is a break-even number, right?
Correct.
Okay, so tier 2, if I use 13,000 gallons, I'm only paying a tier 2 rate for 1,000 gallons, right? And I'm paying 12,000 gallons at tier 1 rate.
It's like your taxes,
Right.
right? As you get more income, you pay it on.
What's that called, Brian? You
Yeah,
know,
so if you were to say you used 19,000 or 20,000 gallons, you'd pay 201 times the 12.
Okay, but here's where I'm going with it,
Sorry,
right?
okay, go ahead.
This is promoting conservation. We want people to use less water, but the goal is to get them all to buy tier 1 water. Okay, so if we're charging them, you know, that 201 per gallon or $2.01 per thousand is our tier 1 rate. And if everybody in the city was at tier 1, we're all happy. So that means that once we go into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, that there's actually a little bit of a profit margin in those, right?
Yeah.
Because the actual cost of the water is 201, but we're charging them 267.
Right.
Correct?
And in a perfect world, if we could get there without spending any money on conservation, that would be good.
No, I
But
get that.
that's what we're-
I get that. So is there an issue if we said as a council that, okay, that money that's over and above the actual water cost of 201, if people get in these higher tiers, that difference, say for example, on tier 5 is 294, that 93 cents per thousand gets separated off and is used for conservation efforts or whatever else. It's a separate fund because it's not going into the regular order of business. It's not going into the other stuff because we've delivered the water at the true cost. And so now the penalty money or the profit money is we're going to set that one aside. Now the council can do what they want with it later on, but that will accrue in a separate fund in and of itself. Is that
So,
fair?
Councilman,
Yes.
hold on just a second. So at the district, with the new source sizing and with the new rate structure, if you exceed that bell curve that Lester talked about of your basically your allotment, and you pay a surcharge on your usage, that money gets, that exact thing happens. That money then gets sent back into a separate fund to pay the $2 per square foot rebate for turf removal. So that's exactly what happens.
So all I'm suggesting is at the city level, if that's what we're gonna do, that we do the same thing. We haven't determined what those monies go to at this point.
It's a good model with the turf removal money. It's, you know, the states pump some in and the districts pump some in, but in order to perpetuate the program, those that are exceeding their allotment are paying back into the future existing residents who are removing turf.
And I get that, but come 12,001 gallons, there's 20 cents per thousand. It's over and above the actual cost of the water because we know what the cost of the water is 201 per thousand. So that 20 cents per thousand that I pay extra can go into that separate fund and we can do those conservation efforts similar to the water district,
And
right?
that's what we could, it would be the council's decision to decide what to do with those conservation funds and how they wanted to do that. And that's something that we.
But we have a tiered rate right now.
What's that?
I like the idea, but I'm also not for it because I think we're always behind in our water department on
Yeah.
projects and stuff. And I don't want to say, well, it's only for conservation because we have
No.
maintenance and stuff to use it. We need to be able to use that money to go repair our system as well.
I'm using that as an example, right? I'm just saying that money, because it's penalty money in my view versus actual cost money, that just goes in a separate fund. The council decides what it happens at a later date. It could be used for conservation. It could be used for a capital improvement. It could be used for whatever. I just don't want to get it lost in the regular order of business because we talked earlier that we're not selling people water at $1.50 and tier 2 they're paying $2 and tier 3 they're paying $2.50, and so now it's a blended average and we're net zero. What I'm saying, what these guys are saying is tier 1 is a net zero. So anything over tier 1, and the more they go, the more people use, the more they're paying. That's like extra profit margin, or that's extra money over and above the actual cost of delivery.
And I think what I hear you saying, and tell me if I'm wrong on that, is that you're saying basically you want that portion to be accounted for and kept track of so that we can then if it's something that we need to operate the system, then that's something that would be decided. But if it's something
I always struggle
we just want to account for that.
I always
not
struggle
just have
with
it go into
penalties or
everything.
surcharges, because if the goal is to be at a net zero for tier 1, I would like the entire city to be at a net zero for tier 1, and I don't want to surcharge or fine or penalize anybody. But if there's money that's coming in over and above the actual costs that would be considered penalty. I just personally like to see it set aside in a fund that will accrue, and we revisit it at certain timeframes and say, we got this capital need, or we've got this conservation effort, or we got this advertising campaign, or whatever we want to do, but at least we can account for it and say, you know what, Mr. User, you used between 30 and 35,000 gallons. And so we charge you an extra $1.22 per gallon for that area. You know what your $1.22 went to? We ran advertising for the rest of the city to say use less water, or we bought that guy's grass for him, or you know what, we went and built this tank with your money that we penalized you for.
I think
Does that make sense?
I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
I think I have something to say.
But if
that
it's in a
will probably-
separate fund, at least we can account for it and we can point to the public
Right.
and say, this is what we did with your penalty
I
money.
think I can put your mind at ease with this.
Okay.
That money and any of that excess money is going to land within the enterprise fund, and it's going to be part of the fund balance. So within our fund balance, we have a restricted fund balance and an unrestricted fund balance. Any of that excess money is going to land in that unrestricted fund balance. The auditors will be reporting on that every year
Okay, but we
as to
can,
where
we
we
can
sit.
put it, we can have restricted fund balance, unrestricted fund balance,
Mhm.
and in the unrestricted fund balance, we can say, here's our penalty balance, or here's our penalty fund.
But why do we need a separate account? We can account for it. Sure, if we ask Brian right now, he could pull out and say, this is how much was charged
Separate
above the tier
accounting.
one.
I mean, we don't need to go down to Zion's Bank and open an account, but
But that's what you're asking.
I want to know how much money in penalty that we're pulling from people.
Okay, I wouldn't call it, well,
So
I'm just saying, I think we can get that data if we want that data. I bet we could pull the last 5 years and say what's above what current rate is on tier two. But the thing I look at is we're always behind in our water and sewer department. We always have needs that we haven't got to yet.
So I was under the impression that maybe I was wrong, smoking something, that you had to sell a certain amount of water over the base rate to keep the doors open and pay the bills. Is that correct? So like if every single household was 12,000 gallons or less, then we wouldn't be able to pay the bills at the water department. Is that true? Am I?
No, that is not true.
Okay.
As long as we're following this tier structure, we will be covered.
Okay.
speaking of rate structure, would you talk a little bit specifically about each rate structure? I mean, we've done our studies and our due diligence on those, but help us to see what maybe an expert could see in these three different options that, you know, maybe a little bit more detail on what those are so that we can be aware of those as we make a decision.
Oh, yeah. The bar graph. Yeah, let's go. So you saw the option 3, and then if we can come back to that, we got the tier option comparisons.
It's a linear, it's a linear increase, not a rate increase, and it's more of a, more distributed.
The red line is reflective of the option 1 tier structure, which is pretty much just the one we get our process where we've set that up. We currently have 9 tier structure, so option 1 has 9 tier structure as well. Everything will stay the same. I've talked with each of you in the past, and I let you know we can do that. Our system's set up to do that. Everything's fine. It's just horribly confusing. It's too many tiers.
But Lester, doesn't that give the consumer the best opportunity to conserve and save money of the three?
Yes, it would, because the steps are small.
Okay. And so tier 1 then would be the,
Kind of brings some resolution in the steps, makes the steps smaller, so they stay in the lower tier for a little longer period.
and they can regulate where they want to be. Yeah.
Smaller.
Okay. Okay. So, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So option 2 is kind of just a uniform perspective. So we're trying to promote conservation uniformly to all customers across the board, regardless of their consumption. So tier 1 down here, everything's identical. It doesn't matter. And each of the steps as they go through, tier 2 is just kind of a uniform promotion of conservation. won't sing well.
Yep, you're on.
Just talk right into it. There you go.
Okay, so the tier one proposal is, it just mimics our current tier structure. So the individual steps will be small.
Hey, recorder's office, you might be, your mic might be on up there.
So the tier one option will just mimic our current tier structure.
Goes up in 10% increments, right?
Right, 10% increments as we move on up through the tiers. That is, it's just really hard for the customer to understand that when you're trying to explain it. Our billing system will do it fine, everything's fine, we're already set up to accommodate that. Tier two is intended to promote conservation just uniformly across the board. So even our current 14,000 gallon customers would have the same conservation pushed toward them as we're pushing toward a really high. The tier three option kind of leaves it a little bit more uniform for our current averages. So it's not that big of a step. And then we've stepped it heavily as it moves on up through. And like I said in the previous conversations that we've had in the previous workshops, from the water department perspective, it doesn't matter. Any of the three options, we can operate just fine on. Everything works. I want to leave that up to the council to determine
So
how aggressive do you want to be toward conservation.
So tier two is 25% increments.
Correct.
Tier three.
Through only 5 steps.
Through 5 steps rather than the 9. And then the option number 3 rates, it steps up from second tier 10%, third tier 25% to fourth and fifth, clear up to 50%. So is this designed for people to really watch their meters and cut back on the usage? Is that the idea for that?
Yes. So what the hope is that they will try and get their consumption down to the next lower tier. And as they continue to work toward conservation, they'll try and get to the next lower tier. And all we're really doing is saying, okay, we're just going to keep our structure the same if we go with option 1, our tier structure, or we're going to take option 2 and promote conservation uniformly to all customers. Whether it's the customer that's using 14,000, which is our current average, or the customer that's using 100,000 gallons a month, promotion is uniform. If we go with option 3, it keeps it lower for that current average customer that's at 14,000, that's doing a pretty good job. He's getting close to meeting our goal. But the high user, he's getting hit really hard.
So it's more in line with what the water district's done. Right?
Not really. This is a completely different scenario than what the water district is done.
So considering
From yearly overall consumption, we're looking at it on a month.
And the water districts is surcharging only if the new household is exceeding the 0.59 source standards. So they're using more than the impact fee that they paid for.
So is there a
pretty hard when they do? That's all I'm saying.
I have to look back. I don't know, probably, maybe.
So the one thing I think we're forgetting though is we're doing, like, originally when we looked at this, I was in favor of option 3. I'm like, it makes simple, just, we'll hit the high users. But when I look at the data that we've had, we are conserving. We're doing our part. Now, is everyone doing it? No, we have some outliers. There's some people that are water wasters in town, and the more education we do and the better. But overall, we're doing good as a community and bringing water usage down. We have a new development's going to bring water down. It's not going to be like it in the past. So that's where I'm falling into more of option 1 of let's keep it, give people options to work towards smaller tiers. Because again, if you can try to get underneath a tier, like, oh man, it hit me that hard. Okay. I think no matter what we do, everyone's going to be like, oh, our bill went up. We got to look at it. Right. So I hope that they look at it and say, where can we conserve? Right. Maybe I don't take a 30-minute shower, or cut it down to a reasonable amount. So I'll talk to my kids about that, and then we'll get underneath a little bit more. So it's just one of those things that that's where I'm leaning toward one now, because it gives them attainable. Because if you got to jump 10,000 gallons to get to the next tier, you might say, well, whatever, I'm paying it anyways, and not try to conserve even more.
It does give I mean, we do have the option as we review these rates down the road, and as we go and review them, we have the option of saying, wait, people haven't been conserving, now we're stagnant, or we're not making progress. We can do something different in that sense and bring some of this philosophy into it and do that as well down the road. So, I mean, it's a viable option. We're happy with any of them.
So considering the three options on our water conservation goals, our use goals, our cost, concerns of rising costs, is there a staff recommendation of the three tiers? Not really?
Not necessarily, although as I've thought through it and looked at it, I mean, I lean towards tier one a little bit in that sense, because right now the proposal is a larger increase than some of those incremental ones. And I'm afraid that they may get lost in the sense of a little bit to what Craig was saying, is they may not notice with the higher increase, they may not notice that we put a conservation piece in there. And so it may be better off to bring that conservation piece after we've stabilized our rates, and then they could see something from that. I'm just afraid it'll water it down as I look at those three different tiers. The higher ones may water that down to where people just go, oh, my bill went up and that's it. And this way they can see that the bill went up to make the system whole and make the system work. But then we could revisit this in a few years after we've stabilized and be able to, then they could see that there was a conservation effort put in that sense, and maybe see a difference. That's just my opinion, just a thought on it.
So when you consider the attitude of our residents and our citizens, our visitors, they realize that there's water shortage and they want to do their part. And the tier one seems to me like it gives our residents, our citizens, the best opportunity to be able to reduce water use through meaningful, measurable ways, to say, hey, you reduce it every 10%, it's going to reduce their bill. That seems logical. And it seems like it could be said that it's a good conservation effort because it's actually achievable.
The other piece to add to that is that with the AMI, we have added a new level in the sense of being able to see what your water consumption is, and that getting people in and using that is as they use that, they'll be able to do, if they're conscious about conservation, they can see it right there. I saw I was on beta last year and I was able to see that and say, oh, I've got a leak, I've got this, I'm using so much. Now I know why I used so much, because I was watering this too much, and I could actually see it work.
With real-time updates.
Yeah.
And data, yeah.
So what's cool about that, so advanced metering infrastructure, smart meters.
Oh, sorry.
Just, again, I gotta always be plugging for our great city, but we're the only city in Utah that has 100% residential AMI metering. But it's amazing. And I like where this conversation is going, because I think rather than trying to penalize people by rate, you're just you're charging the least amount you can to keep the system whole. But then when we see egregious users, we can look at that data and just, educate people on, hey, here's where your neighbors are using, here's what the community's doing, here's what you're using. At least.
And those that truly have a conservation attitude can.
Which is most of the community recognizes that we need to conserve.
Actually make little changes that would make big changes over time.
Yeah.
Lester, do you know, can I ask you something really quick? Lester?
Councilwoman Casperson.
How do you feel like this will impact those that have large gardens and landscaping that is, I know that for grass, that takes a lot of water usage, but what about those who have, gardens? We wouldn't want to discourage those who do that.
Are you referring mostly to the core part of Washington here, where we've got the ditch and the irrigation system? Most of them customers that have them large gardens are here within the old part of town. I believe our legal counsel is one of them. I don't think
proudly.
I don't know that you use any culinary water at all for your gardening operation, do you? Isn't that mostly irrigation water?
Irrigation.
Right. So if that's the case, I don't know that we're gonna have a whole lot of impact. If they are using culinary water to water their gardens, it's gonna reflect very similar to turf as well. I did wanna draw back to Councilman Belliston's question, having to do with the ERU and the tiered structure and how that plays in with the larger diameter meters. So our first tier on all of the structures, we're looking at that 12,000 gallon goal. 3/4 meter, that first tier, year 0 to 12,000 at the lower rate. Once you hit a 1-inch meter, that ceiling goes to 16,000. An 1.5 meter, that ceiling goes to 27,000 gallons. A 2-inch meter, that will go to 43,000 gallons at the first tier. And that's based off of the area of the meter, the capabilities of the meter's flow. That's something that we can calculate.
And that's just a straight flow calculation between diameter sizes.
Right. And we bring everything back down to an equivalent residential unit so that we can keep everything uniform and consistent. And the diameter is the easiest solution and the cleanest solution to do that and prevent argument.
Is there a general consensus then on the direction you want to give staff on the rate options?
Mayor, I think I like the tier 1. That's what I'm leaning towards.
That's kind of what I'm hearing. Am I hearing that, Councilwoman Casperson?
Yeah, I do like tier 1. And I was also wondering, are we gonna have another opportunity for a public hearing on this one?
We would before we vote on the change.
Okay.
So we're just kind of going back through the process again.
Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to make sure.
Are you kind of feeling the same thing, Councilman Belliston? Do you like the option 1 or?
If we're gonna ramp up pricing, I prefer to more of a linear curve than a ramp curve, so if you were to, but it's one of those questions for me still. What that number is, our delivery is at $2, and we end up in the 4 or 5.
I hear you. Councilman Coates, anything else to add on? I know that's kind of what you said you prefer.
Yeah, I already said that. I just want to make sure the council, we just got to give them direction, because if we don't do it tonight, I don't want to have a meeting where everything gets thrown out the window. Like, just we've had that happen. Let's just give them the direction. If we're not sure on all the direction, I'm talking to myself too, let's make sure we communicate as much as we can to them.
And is that what I'm hearing? I think Blake and Dustin, I think what you're hearing is that the council is taking the most conservative approach with keeping the system whole, which would be the option 1 on the rate side of things. Now, I know it's late, but we still, do you want to continue on into the impact fee? I think we need to soldier through this. But I think you have the council's preference with the rate.
Okay.
Real quick. Sir, I know it's not a public hearing, but you're raising your hand. Did you have a comment? We've been focused on conservation probably more fully for the last year or two than maybe historically.
Have you studied state or county models in neighboring states that are doing conservation for 20 years?
Extensively. In fact, we've hired with the district, but we should have a conversation after, because right now this is an open meeting, so you're welcome. We want you here, but this is a meeting for the staff and the professional engineers to present to the council. But I'd be happy to talk to you anytime, as I know the rest of these elected folks would and staff, because I love that you take an interest in it. And so, yeah. Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here.
So one other caveat with this, if you look at the way we had the average user rate currently at $43 a month, and I talked about a different methodology, part of that is also bonding. As we get with some of the big projects, the Long Valley tank, the Airport 2 tank, or 1 tank, and the Sunrise Valley, as we get with those, there's a portion of those that are part of the operating that, you know, you could say the storage is there, but, and that would be impact fees. But we're also to operate those and operating the system, there's a portion of that as well. So the bonding, if we bond for those projects, that also is what brought these. If you remember our first council presentation, the average user rate was $55 a month. That was another factor that brought this down to $47 a month for the current option. And so that's another piece that we will have to do in order to do these big projects that we have. Is there's a bonding portion. A portion of that can be paid for through impact fees as we go into impact fees, and then a portion of that will be paid for in the operating as well, as because they can't completely separate their use in that. So that's a piece that this other methodology of lowering the rates, bringing them, making up the difference over a period of time versus all at once. And then also bonding to bring down some of those capital costs that we're going to be implemented, that we're going to use up our fund.
And these would be for the 3 tanks that you.
This is for the 3 tanks.
In the next 3 years and the others later?
As we go through those, and along with that, we would also, I lost my point on that one, but as we bond for those, then that bond price will be paid for partly out of the user fees.
User fee, and then still part out of
then
impact fee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the rest is of that would be on the.
You're not using more water than 12,000 gallons a month?
So I wanted to bring that.
Not on your new house, at least.
That is how we spread this 30% and still grow our system with what we need over that period of time. That's a piece of it.
So Blake, before our, several months ago when we talked about this, it was like a 30% increase we were talking about. It's about a 17 now? Is that what it is?
It will be a 9% this year. It's spreading it a little bit out. It's a 9% this year, then it'll be 5.5% the next, and then for the next 2 years, and then it would go to 3%, just kind of hit the cost of living at that point, and then we would watch that. But this is to make up some of the difference over time, but then also the bonding allows us to not deplete we have to keep an amount to be able to operate in our fund for, say something happened and we weren't able to collect revenue for 6 months or whatever, we would need to still be able to operate and provide people with water. We can't just shut down, and you have to keep the system fresh. You have to keep everything going. So the ultimate where you should be is about 1.5 times, so 150% of what your annual cost would be. This with these projects and everything, and then since we're also behind on this, we would be dipping down in that first year to about 73%, and then we do the bonds instead of taking that 73% down to almost 0%. We'd do the bonds, and then we'd start catching back up, and in the 10-year time frame, we would finally get up to close to 135% or somewhere around that.
So we're going to start out first year 9, and then it'll be up 14, 17, because you're going to add, and then it'll be 3% a year after that.
It starts to be 3% a year, if that's what, that's.
Right, if
needed. We
needed.
start looking at and say, that's the thing is we want to review and look at these things on a more regular basis so that we can see because if you look at it clear back in 2008 and 9, things like went down and like your projects and things like that, the costs for those went way down because people were buying jobs. And so sometimes they might have been catching up and charging a lot more. So
this seems a little more
something
household friendly to me, I mean, the 30% jump in 1 year was a little bit rough. So
yeah, this is to balance it out, create a balance between keeping it viable, but not so hard on the citizens right off.
Right. So essentially we're dipping down into our savings a little bit, so that we don't hit the resident quite so hard all at once.
My personal house, I average 11,500 across a 12-month. Now, July, I burned 19,000, but I'm averaging 11,500. The other two houses, they're about 5,000 per month. So, I mean, you can get there. In my house, I have a garden on the side, right? So
I'm a little higher.
they're all drip. Yeah, you got grass.
I'm just telling you, I'm a little higher.
Well, I mean, you can get there, right? And you can still have, nice yards and whatnot, but it takes a little bit.
So I think you're down under like 0.45 acre feet per year. You're hitting the standard. You're exceeding the standard.
Is that what it is? 0.45 for?
Somewhere in there, just rough
11.5.
math. The engineer could calculate it more accurately.
No penalties coming to my house.
How many teenagers and their showers are you hosting per month?
Fortunately, they're gone.
Okay, that's a secret right there.
But they're boys at the Coates house.
What about you, Thad?
We're just lucky that they shower.
That is true some nights. But I don't have as many children as Thad does, though, so.
So now we're kind of to impact fees. And some of this, the impact fees is not something that changed. I just bring this up again, the construction inflation. That's been a big factor, and that's even a bigger factor with the impact fees. And much larger. Our existing impact fee with one ERU is $2,412 for each ERU. And if you then when you see the reds on these, by the way, that's the areas that were corrected, the numbers that were corrected that we talked about earlier. And then this is just showing summary of those projects that we have coming up in the next 10 years. Did you have questions when we're on this slide, or Craig? You said that you had some.
I have questions/statements when you're ready.
Okay.
Well, it's more of just clarification. So, and it took me having lots of discussion with Lester on the increases, because if you remember in our last one, it was about a $4,000 impact. Now we're at $4,600. So what's the question? Why does it go up when we had double dipping in areas and now it went down? But it's because of the bonding costs.
It is because.
So the first two tanks we are bonding, having to bond for those tanks. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's my understanding, is that we're bonding for those tanks. So the interest and all that we have to pay additionally for those tanks is now making our impact fee go up.
And it wasn't at 4,500 prior, or no?
It was 4,000.
No, now it's 47.
No, now it's 46.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was.
When we came in August, that number was at 4,700. And if I can just take a second, I appreciate the opportunity to address those red boxes, because it's been a long 4 months for me to sit on those and not come back.
You've earned the right to do that now, Dustin.
So that was an awful day in my engineering career. We take a lot of pride, and we've enjoyed our work with Washington City, so we hate coming to you with an error. As Councilman Coates mentioned, there were two questions that came up in that meeting, and those we went back and yes, there was the Sunrise Valley tank cost estimate that's up there also included a component for the pipeline and the pump station, which is also down in the lines below. So there's that double dip that you mentioned, and that was an error on our part. The second error was just a naming of the tank. With staff going back and forth, which tank needs to come first. We had the wrong name. We had the right number for the dollars, but the name was wrong. So anyway, we want to correct that. We jumped on that. Hopefully in the interim, the positive that came out of that in that week or so was there's a lot of questions that came from you, residents and so on, and that's where, coming back, Blake, I know had a lot of thought going into the bonding solution that could then bring a means to reduce the immediate impact on the user rate, not having a 30% jump, but just maybe a 9% and then gradually increase. But yes, that absolutely if you bond, it reduces the user rate and this residents now, but it does mean interest and a higher impact fee.
So I guess I'm still not clear on the current bonds versus impact fees that we're planning for to bond down in the future.
So
Right.
current bond, we have not created a bond yet. This proposal is that we bond. And we bond right now.
But we bond partially out of the user fees, but what does that tie back to?
So it was, we were trying to make up, if we didn't bond, we were going to take our reserves down so low that we had to make that back in user fees. And now we're not doing that.
Which I'm totally against, because then that's our current residents paying for new development, and I think it needs to be all new development that pays for new development. So that's why I was shocked when I heard that, because I didn't understand that last time. I missed that. So I'm glad we took it out, but now we got to figure out how we're paying for these tanks.
And we're paying for them out of impact fees, and all the bonding costs go into impact fees as well.
Yeah, your cash on hand right now is so depleted because the last 3 years, you've had several major water projects at higher rates, much higher cost as we've shown on with the inflation, but using impact fees that were calculated in 2015. And so you've been depleting those impact fees at such and that cash on hand that now, when we were looking at it back in August, user rates we had to get those user rates coming to get that cash back in for the next projects. Now, by bonding, you get that money, you give yourself time for the user rates to catch up over a period of time instead of hitting everybody just all up front. Is that fair?
So I think you see why it's taken so much time to go back through this, because some of the thought process changed based on the comments that you had before. So it's taken us some time to rework this.
So your impact fees underfunded the capital needs, and now we're playing catch up.
Absolutely. If you're in an inflationary environment, unless we're going back and redoing those impact fees on a more regular basis, then that's going to happen for sure.
But it happened really big because we had such a big glitch in the middle there. Normally it would be not anything to that extent. So the impact fee that is being proposed is $4,604.
No, okay, so that's what's being proposed is 4604.
Correct.
It was 67 last summer.
It was 4742 in the summer.
The one
So
I
it's
had
gone
said
down
4,000.
100 and
Was that an older one? That's the one we reviewed last summer. I went and pulled the packet that was at the original meeting is the one I pulled to compare. So that's the one I was using.
yeah. So we had the original work session that we were kind of covering it. Yeah.
Okay, so the screen before this one. That's where we're coming up with our 10-year projects and the cost that we're allocating to each of these tanks and everything else.
Yes.
So if we wanted to get that impact fee down and not be at 4604, we just have to start dropping projects off of this.
We wouldn't be able to do the projects, correct. And so then that would eliminate some growth and would affect our growth. Because again, you have to consider that some of them we would have to do anyway, because we have to serve, we're already stressed in certain areas anyway, and we need to add, like the Long Valley tank, that was an agreement that we already had that we have to build. We have to build that to serve Long Valley. The airport, that's got to be built to do the ARA development that we've already agreed upon. So we can't not do those. Those have to happen. The Sunrise Valley is to be able to equalize out the growth that we've had over I believe in Country Way area and those areas. And then Majestic is to take care of that additional growth as well as help with equalizing and fire flow for the ARA piece as well. So they're
what if
kind
we-
of,
What if
they're
we said, well, we
necessary
don't
for our
want to
system.
we don't want to have a $4,700, $4,600 impact fee. We want it to be 3,000. We can't, and we cut the prices on these in half. And then we say, okay, well, I guess this one came up, now we got to do it and we got to fund it. Doesn't work, right?
It doesn't work. It would affect our system, and not only that, not only the storage tanks are the big, or some of the big items, but also you would have the transmission lines as well. But whether you, even if you decided to build smaller volumes on each of those tanks, you'd still need a transmission line to cover that. So I believe that with the growth that we have and where we're at with things, we have to build these things if we're going to be able to go in the direction that otherwise you would have to curtail growth.
Is the current impact fee based on 2015 numbers?
Current impact fee, is it 215 or I thought it was
enacted in
2016? Yeah.
And these affect our bonding ability.
They do, because revenue.
Because the bonds are all tied back to
They're
these,
tied
right?
back to revenue and the ability to pay them, yeah.
So going back to that, if we say, if we tried to get to a different number than the 4604 and left zeros, that just says, okay, this area is not going to get developed, can't do it. Can that money be shifted? Say, well, I guess it comes in now, instead of a 10 to 20 year look, we shift it forward at that point. Does that make sense?
You could relook at it, but the fact is, if you go back to the calculation is the total dollars here divided by the number of new connections that are coming on in that 10-year window. So if you don't build the infrastructure and curtail growth, you're going to have fewer connections coming on. You're going to reduce your cost, but you're also going to reduce your number of connections. Theoretically, your impact fee is really not going to drop. The reason the impact fee cost is going up is the construction cost, the inflation, not.
So nuts and bolts of it, the number you put on there has to pass muster, has to pass the sniff test, right? And you have to include it or you don't have the funds available to be able to build it, right? Which also means that those numbers have to jive or you can't bond against it because the bond numbers don't work. And your impact fee analysis is all based off of it. Okay? Okay.
And if now this is the maximum, this is the maximum allowable impact fee you could charge.
What's the minimum?
The council can choose to charge something less, but if you charge less to get the same the same infrastructure, that means it has to get paid by the rates. That means your rates have to go up.
It has to be filled in somewhere.
Or you don't build it.
Those are your two sources.
Or you don't
Those are
build
your
it.
two sources of revenue to cover those expenses.
I think part of the reason it's jumping up so high is because we haven't had an adjustment since 7-8 years. And so we're really playing catch up. And so if we say, didn't like the 4,600 number and we said, well, we prefer 35, we're just going to get deeper into a hole. So,
Plus we could.
I'd prefer 35 myself. I don't like making that walk to the city and handing them a check when I build a house, but it is what it is. And if we haven't made an adjustment for 7 or 8 years, I guess that's our fault.
So we're dealing with affordable housing, right? How hard would it be to create a tiered impact fee? I asked Lester this, he said it can't happen. But I think a good engineer could figure it out.
Well, it's not engineering. That's governed by impact fee law.
A lot of it's based on the state law. The only thing you can do is you can do zonal impact fees where you say if you're within this area, but the project that you do has to be self-contained just to that area. So it gets a little bit tricky. And we actually implemented a zonal impact fee and then removed it for the Solus project because that can only benefit those residents and it can have no spillover. So a lot of that's the way that the impact fee law is written. It's not engineering. They could figure it out, but.
So I think I have thought for years and years exactly what Councilman Belliston is expressing. It seems counterproductive for affordable housing. If you go and pay impact fees for a 10,000 square foot house, it's almost exactly the same as a 1,200 square foot house. And every time I do that, I think, man, there's got to be a better way, because it's tough to get to affordable housing when you're paying $25,000 before you even put a shovel in the ground, for a small home. So anyway.
Well, you can't tell me that the impact from a 10,000 square foot house in Green Springs is the same as a 1,200 square foot starter home. It's not. The impacts are different, right?
Well, in this case, when you're just looking at water, they're essentially the same. We're expecting them to use the same amount of water for one residence, one equivalent residential unit. If they get a bigger meter, they can use more water and then they pay more. But we really are expecting every residence to now get down to that tier 1 level. So
Well, we also don't have a water meter that's smaller than 3/4.
we don't. No, we don't. So the 3/4 ends up being the one residential unit.
Let's see. So any other questions on that? That's essentially 4604 is what we're proposing. Here's where other communities are right now. I will say that they're in that 2020, 2021 range, and they will, I'm sure they're feeling the same pain when it comes to the development stuff that they need to do with the costs. They're seeing the same kind of project costs as we are. And that's the end of the presentation. Other questions you have? I guess the goals that we decided, tier 1, it was direction. Also brought up that bonding, see that methodology fits to keep it balanced between for the residents and to not hit them so hard with a 30% increase.
I think on the bonding, I would like to look at an option that we use a little bit of our reserve funds to cover some of those bonding costs. Like instead of bonding 100% of the tank, you take a portion of your funds, because I understand we want a healthy balance, but I also think we need to look at options of putting, okay, I'm going to put 20% of our reserves in there, 5%. I don't know. I mean, and that's what I'd ask staff to look at.
I would just say,
Yeah.
and he's pulling this up right here. We dip down, even with this option, we dip down into the 70% of a year's worth of cash on hand. So, I mean, I don't know how far we're willing to go down, but what we're asking, if we don't collect it from those impact fees, we're going to collect it in user rates over time. So who do we want to collect it from?
Yeah, our reserve fund on the general fund is 25%.
35 is the maximum allowable, but again, I mean, this is an enterprise fund. It's different. We do have to cover that. We can't just, I mean, we're running a business essentially. So it's up to you. Do you guys feel comfortable dipping down lower than that 70% of a year's worth of reserve?
So
you tell us what you're comfortable with, but how do you ever refill it? What do you refill it with?
But it's guaranteed. I mean, your income is guaranteed. People have to have water. They have no choice. It's a pretty stable. It might be an enterprise fund, but it's pretty dang stable.
But to go back to what we've been saying, if we look at bonding and using some of our reserves, the reserve is there from the user rates, right? Essentially, it's the excess charges. So if we let that dip down and we don't collect it in impact fees, and we want to go back from 50% or wherever we're at, back to 100%, the only revenue source that you have to do that is user rates.
So, and I brought this up because this kind of shows that this, if we enact these rates, the first year we'll be at, our reserve will go down to 90%. The second year we'll go to 80% because we're not doing the full percentage all at once. We're not doing that 30% increase. Then we go to 75, we dip down into 75 for a couple of years. And it takes a little bit. So we're 5 years out before we even start, or 6 years out before we even start to get back to where we are currently this year. And so it takes a long time to build that up. So if we take it and reduce that quite a bit, then we're going to have a hit. I mean, we're going to have to kind of live on the edge for quite some time.
How much is the reserve? How much is in it?
It's right below there, I believe. This around here. Is it the top one? Water fund
balance was about 13 or 13 million.
So yeah, it's
Anywhere from 10 to 13.
10, 474, 11. And if you look at our, which line is it? It's operating right there towards the top.
Councilman, have you had a comment?
Well, maybe just thinking out loud. It's just hard to know whether conditions are going to be better in the future than they are now. And what if they get worse? And we've already compromised our position a little bit already. That's a concern that I don't know that would be, I mean, I guess it could be discussed, but it seems precarious not knowing what the future is going to hold for us. We could be better, but what if we're worse?
Am I wrong? We tried to keep that in the past at 150% is what the number we were at for many years. And so allowing our impact fees to stay low, to put them on sale, it's been on sale for the last few years. We've dipped that from 150 down to where we're at now. So we can go lower, but it puts you in a precarious position. I think we've discussed it, but what we've really done is we've kept them on sale for so long, but now it's time to pay the piper. I mean, I understand, and I think it's a good discussion to have, but it feels like it's a tough one to have unless we want to shift that a little bit of that burden away from development.
In the next couple of weeks, can we get a scenario that we can look at?
Sure.
That the staff feels, I mean, I know this is the one you presented, but I'm saying be more aggressive and see what is that time frame to make it up.
Council, I fully expect to invite Blake and Dustin back 2 weeks from now.
Are we ready to schedule the public hearing?
On the regular meeting? Unless you tell me otherwise.
I think I'd like I mean, if we put it on the regular meeting, can we just have a lot of decisions to make in the next 2 weeks.
I don't want you to feel rushed, but we've kicked it down a little bit.
Maybe have more.
I don't want to rush. I really don't, but we've kicked it down the road a ways already. Do you want another work session on it? Or do you?
I don't know how to
Where are
answer
we?
that one, Mayor. I feel a little watered out for the night, but.
Let me bring up one item.
Yeah, but I haven't really digested it.
Well, we went through a full pack of the icebreakers, the good strawberry ones. Mostly they got eaten from down there.
I've got more strawberry on my desk for you.
They saved me like a fourth of one.
Let me bring up one issue, and I know it's the issue that everybody is wanting to talk about. The tank that we're not in a big rush on this. We'll just continue to dip down a little bit in that reserve fund. We can handle that while we think about it. I don't want anyone to feel like we're in a rush. The one thing that we do have to make a decision on is the Long Valley tank. That's the one that if we don't get moving on, we risk running out of water for that development, which we really can't do.
And there's a factor of construction of getting the base poured before it gets into the hot temperatures in summer. So that's kind of what we're shooting towards.
So the question I guess I'm asking, and I'm not asking you to make decisions, but I'm just asking you to give me a nod. If we're going to go the bonding route, I'd like to get that process started with our financial people. And I think that's the way we want to go, because I don't think we want to, I think we're comfortable with the scenario of the user rates, if I'm hearing everybody correctly. can I get started on the bonding? And that doesn't mean that we don't still have off ramps on that, but it just means we'll start moving down that.
So I got two questions. Is that one part of the current capital facilities plan? It's currently named in there and some impact fees.
Long Valley Tank, is that part of the current capital facilities plan?
Yes.
I don't know if it is.
No, I don't know. Lester?
I would say 2015, it wasn't contemplated, but,
Actually, it was contemplated.
oh, it was, okay.
Yes, we had everything in place. What we didn't have was the magnitude of it. We didn't have the size. It's significantly larger than what we had planned for, as well as the construction cost. I mean,
So
who knew we
so it's
were gonna
contemplated
double our
in there.
construction costs?
For what amount?
I think we had 1 million gallons in there, is what we had contemplated for. And
Million
it's,
gallons.
So
dollar amount.
but tanks used to be,
I don't have that right off the cuff.
yeah,
I'd
but
have
tanks
pull it
used to
up.
be $1 a gallon on average. When you get a smaller tank, they go up a little more. If you get a larger tank, they go down a little more. But I mean,
So
The last tank
hypothetically, we
that
have $1
we,
million in impact fees that we can put towards it and the rest would come from.
No, no, because as long as it's named in there, we can use our current impact fees, right? We can use whatever impact fees we have to cover that. So yeah, you kind of rob Peter to pay Paul, but that's why we're redoing the entire study.
But it's very
so that
common to do that too.
It's very common to do that, but you have to catch it up.
But
at
your
some point.
recommendation is that we move forward with a process to bond for the Long Valley tank and get that under construction.
That's my recommendation. And by the time we get it under construction, I certainly hope we have this already
Well,
approved.
they're
and
pulling
moving
35
forward.
permits a month out there in Long Valley, and
It's
you
going
guys can do the
faster
math.
than anything else. Yeah, it's.
on that.
I just don't want to see us in a scenario where we can't provide water to residents.
We need to stay ahead of it.
Yeah.
We need to be prepared for our growth that's coming.
Critical, they're not able to move forward with additional development if we don't have the water. Kind of reaching close to our.
We're getting there.
what
We
can provide.
we have it designed. We need to start putting it out for bid, and we need to start that bonding process. But we'll do all of that in conjunction with this update, and hopefully we do it all at the same time. I just don't want to wait until we're done with this and then start that process, because we'll put ourselves months and months down the road.
If you go bond that before this is done and approved, does it?
Your
does it
bonding.
undermine your bond because
Your
you
bonding
bonded
isn't
before this came in?
necessarily tied to your impact fees only. It's tied to the entire, your ability to raise rates on your entire system. So when we go out and we bond, it's a water revenue bond. We're essentially saying that we promise that we will raise rates to cover that bond. How we do it is up to us, but we are committing to raising the rates in our system to make sure that we can pay that bond. So it's not necessarily on user rates or on impact fees. Because if we go out and we bond for that tank and 2008 happens and we don't bring another dollar of impact fees in, we're still committed to paying back that bond with user fees. So that's the risk of bonding.
It's time to do it. I think there's a significant interest in the money that we're losing. And
yeah, we're not making any final decision tonight.
No, but I'm just saying the nod from me is to move forward. I think it's the responsible thing to do. I think it's something that you can beat around a lot, but at some point you have to make, a decision or to try to move forward. And I'm ready to do that. I think that we're.
Okay, I think
we're
that.
good.
I think the key to remember is we've gone from the scenarios here, we've gone from 30% on our rates down to 9%. That's a big
Yes.
difference, and that's a real big thing to look at. How exactly that's playing an effect with the bonds or others, that's so that we can provide that balance and relief for the residents. And so that's kind of the key to look at. The development side, that's just the cost of projects. And
Exactly.
There's not a lot we can do with that. And if we supplement it with our other reserves, then we're actually kind of paying it with our user rates, which we aren't kind of adhering to. Development should have to pay for development. So that's just thoughts.
Blake, you're exactly right. And just on behalf of this elected group, thank you. A lot of times I'll move meetings along quite efficiently. This was a discussion that we needed to take the time to have the right way tonight. So I'm really pleased, and I appreciate you guys staying late. but I'm really pleased with how this conversation went, and I'm pleased with the way the council is very sensitive to the rate of our residents. So thank you also for taking that cue and for coming back. I will likely have this back on our agenda in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's questions and everything. That was great. That was a really good discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well done. Next item of business is report of officers from assigned committees. Councilman Bellison, I always start on that far end. You've had your assignments for about an hour now. I know you've been going to youth council. No problem. Councilman Henderson.
Well, council person Casperson's been trying to steal my assignments. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I haven't had too many meetings lately, so probably have something better next time. So.
Good deal. Councilman Coates.
I don't have much to report, besides I can't remember if I told everyone, but I did sign the agreements for the start of construction for the scale house out of the landfill. So I don't know the exact start date. I think I have a meeting tomorrow with the manager out there to discuss that and see where we're at. But they were supposed to start first of the year sometime, so I think they're gearing up for that. So hopefully we'll have a new scale house at the end of the year. And
good job.
Good.
Keep it up. Councilman Ivey.
The session starts next week. We had our last legislative policy pre-session, and in my years doing this, I've never seen items rise to the top so fast. There's just things that are just jumping off the page that we have as a city and as not only a city, but a region of the state that we have to band together on and work towards some positive outcomes. So it's no surprise that the things that the legislature is talking about this year, the things that they consider to be priorities are, let's see here really fast. It's no surprise, but the priorities, housing, water, and if you can believe it, tax cuts. So that's a priority conversation as well. Some of the things that they've talked about: progressing towards energy independence, expanding and optimizing water supply and infrastructure, increasing options for affordable housing. We're going to have a lot to say about that the next 45 days after it starts. Strengthening public safety through criminal justice reforms. And I've been in conversation with Chief Williams on several of those topics that we're going to help with their lobbyists to work on at the Capitol as well. Enhancing innovative education outcomes and programs. And then really we're trying hard to maintain Utah's strong economy, which it's hard to believe, but it is one of the strongest in the entire nation. And so just think of where we could be if we weren't in Utah. Then fiscally responsible tax cuts. And then the one that I've talked about a lot, you've heard me mention it, it's finally made it to the priority list for our legislature, and that is empowering parents with resources to protect their children against the harms of social media. Now, if you've had kids or grandkids, or you've been involved in this, you know what we're talking about. You know, the all-time highs in self-harm, teenage suicides, things like that. A lot of that is linked to a very direct causation of social media. And finally, the legislature has grabbed this and said, yes, it's time for us to act. They passed a very meaningful bill last year that limits a lot of what it makes it so parents have the right to be able to keep a child off of social media. Like parents have a right to be able to give permission and verify ages. Of course, those things are even being challenged in federal court right now, and a major state just lost a battle for that very thing in the Midwest. And so, you know, we know that these things are going to be challenged. A lot of times it's hard to find the logic in it as we try to protect our kids, but we have responsibility here to be aware of those things and do all we can. And of course, those are things that we value in Utah, and especially here in Washington City. So, Mayor, those are just a few things that we're going to be talking about regarding this year at the Capitol, you know, with legislative policy. But there's other issues too, the Water Working Board and land use. Those are just things it's just going to be a really busy session. So we're going to be at the Capitol as much as we need to be there. There's sometimes we have Zoom meetings that we can be, but sometimes if we're testifying in committee or something, we'll be at the Capitol in person. So anyway, Mayor, that's my report. And we're looking forward to Fast and Furious. So we'll do all we can.
All right, well, we'll all buckle up for the ride. It's going to be fun. Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll try to make mine quick. I had a meeting today with the Active Transportation Committee, and Suba wants to do another city council bike ride. So Council Henderson can ride his bike again. And we thought about doing it on the trails this time. And then Suba came up with these maps. It's a regional map for the trails and for parks. I brought each of you one of these if you want to pass that down. And it has, what I like about it, it has, you can just, is it called? Yeah, it has a QR code that you can just scan on, and so it's on your phone, and so you can be able to look at that, and it has really good information. And then the last thing is the Transportation Expo is coming up at the Dixie Center on February 13th. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Keep up good work. I don't have anything tonight. You've heard enough from me. Next item, city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone who stayed late to listen to my report. Thank you for sticking around. A couple of road projects. The Main Street interchange, I think everyone's seen that. The contractors are working to remove the old bridge structure, and they'll shortly begin the new bridge structure. So hopefully we have an interchange soon. That's been a little bit difficult for us to go around. Everybody understands that. The George Washington SR7 interchange project, if you've been out there recently, they've moved the traffic onto the ramps. So that bridge will start to go in as well. That project is moving along well. The ramps are nice, and it doesn't really cause too much difficulty getting around that. For Lester's benefit, let's talk a little bit about AMI water meters. Like we said, we have those all identified. They're all installed for our residents. What we are finding now is that we're working with residents who have leaks. And just for your benefit, most of our residents have done a great job. Once we identify those leaks, we let them know, they get those leaks fixed. We've been sending letters. We've been making phone calls. We are going to run into a situation in the next couple of months where we have some residents who have not or will not fix the leaks that have been identified. And when we put this all in place, we kind of have progressively more stern letters. But at some point, the last step is to come back to the council and ask you how you want to proceed with people who have chosen not to work on their leaks. And so just something to be aware of. We are serious about water conservation, but we're certainly serious about water that's not being used for any beneficial purpose. So we want to get those leaks taken away.
Sure. Go ahead, Councilman.
No, they're real time. We're gonna have to get you with Lester and get your AMI set up, but what it does is it tracks if you have water usage consistently for a 24-hour period. Nobody does that. So it knows. We can see that your water's leaking. We can tell you how much it's leaking.
It can tell if you flush the toilet in the middle of the night.
It's pretty great. So we can give people an exact measurement of what's happening, where we think the leak might be. But what we're finding is that there are some people who are just choosing not to make those changes. So we're working on that right now. That's out, and we've collected RFPs to put AMI metering in all the power as well. It'll take us 2 or 3 years to get there with power, but we're going that direction.
I still see the trucks driving around, so I didn't know that was.
Yeah, we're headed that direction with power too. So that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Manager. All right, we do need to go to closed session for a few items in regards to pending or potential litigation. So I would entertain a motion that we move into closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. We'll go roll call. Henderson, Coates.
Aye.
Ivy, Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Let's head into closed session. Take a quick pit stop if you need to.